Welcome to the regular board meeting of the Bellevue School District Board of Directors on March 2nd, 2021. We'll begin the meeting with roll call. I'm Francine Wiest.
I'm Carolyn Watson.
Christine Chu.
Erica Malik.
Seema Serafin.
And Ivan Duran.
Thank you. And we'll start. We have a student representative with us today, Maria Sati, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the land acknowledgement. Maria.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And
we acknowledge, honor, and respect that our board community of Bellevue School District students, families, educators, and staff live and learn on the traditional indigenous land of the Coast Salish people. We thank the caretakers of this land who have lived here and continue to do so since time immemorial.
Thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge a variety of celebrations this month. March is Women's History Month. We also have Read Across America Day, Music in Our Schools Month, Youth Art Month, National School Social Work Week, National School Breakfast Week, and next week marks our Education Support Professionals Week. So we'd really like to acknowledge everyone who makes our district successful. We know our support professionals play a large role in that, as well as all of these other celebrations that we have. On a more somber note, it does mark, March will mark 1 year into the pandemic when our school buildings and campuses were closed. And that's a much more somber note and will incorporate into some of our discussions today. So then moving on to approval of the agenda, board directors, are there any changes to the agenda for today? All right, seeing none, I motion that we approve the agenda. Do I have a second?
I will second.
All right.
Serafin.
All those in favor? All right.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. So now we'll move on to our student update. So again, Maria, thank you for joining us. Maria is a senior at Big Picture. She's a member of SOAR, Students Organized Against Racism, and a member of our new district's student advisory team. And she'll be sharing some specifics related to workshops she and other students are planning as it relates to racial equity, or in fact, some of them may have already happened. So Maria, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Again, I'm a senior from Bellevue Big Picture School. I lead a club called SOAR, and we're planning a upcoming event in April called Racial Equity Day, also known as RED, where we will be providing students and staff at my school a space to have open dialogue on topics in relation to race. We've been working on this event for a really long time. There has been a lot of ups and downs, but it is finally coming to a end as the event will be taking place in April. So yeah, we're really excited to host that at our school, and yeah.
Thank you, Maria. Well, I think I can speak on behalf of our other directors. We are definitely interested in hearing from students and certainly would welcome to have an update later on from you if there's some materials or something that you can send to us at board@bsd405.org, or have someone share with us so we can see you know, the continued progress in this area and the results of all your work in April. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we are going to move on to our consent agenda. Directors, are there any comments on the consent agenda? All right. Seeing none, I will move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Yes, all right, we have 5 in favor. The consent agenda is approved. Thank you. All right, so we'll move on to item 3, superintendent update. Dr. Duran?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. And for Maria, the student, it's up to you if you want to stay on the call or not. You're more than welcome to stay on, but I also wanted to know that if you need to step away, feel free to do that at this time. All right, great. Yeah, so I just have a few updates. I definitely wanted to start with one that we were really excited about over the weekend. You know, we had our first vaccine clinic, and really big shout out, you know, to Carrie Lang, Doug James, and so many of our staff members. HR was involved, you know, in partnering with SEIU Union, the Service Employees Union 925. Safeway and Albertsons pharmacist, you know, really reached out to us and had offered this before the break, but we had the snowstorm, so we had to postpone it. But we were able to get 426 doses of the Pfizer vaccine administered over the weekend, and over 300 doses to eligible BSD staff members. So the next dose, their second dose, is already scheduled for the staff members on March 20th. And so just very excited to have that opportunity. We really look forward to having more of the partnerships, but there are so many people that were involved and volunteered to make it happen. And I'll just say that, you know, as I went and observed, you know, there was just so much thanks and gratitude from our staff members for actually hosting it, having it on site, and be able to provide this service. So my hope is that as we start to roll into the next phases, we'll be able to continue to offer these vaccine clinics so that more of our staff members and educators, when they become eligible, will be able to have the same experience. But it was a really just a very, very positive experience. And again, just a lot of gratitude. So really grateful for everybody that had a part in that. Also want to share that we had a visit.
Who were the 100 non-staff people who were participating?
Which
You said you vaccinated 400 people and 300 of them were staff. Who
So
were
we
the
had-
other 100?
So the SEIE 925 represents other school districts, so they were staff from other school districts.
Okay, great.
So yeah, I know when I was there was someone from Tacoma who had come up, had been notified. So we worked with our staff initially, and then if there was, you know, space, we're able to add more. So thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great partnership, and again, it just didn't benefit us, benefit other places also. So thank you for that clarification. We had a visit today from Governor Inslee, and we did this at one of our schools today, and I think it was a really positive visit. You know, we followed all the risk mitigation strategies that we need to follow, had everybody check in and go through, do the health attestation, do everything that we would normally do. We really worked to ensure that we followed our protocols to ensure we didn't have, you know, too many people in the rooms, but it was a really positive experience to have Governor Inslee here to visit classrooms and then talk with some of our educators and staff. He was able to talk to, you know, our custodial staff, facility staff, talk about, you know, ventilation, and he was able to talk to our educators about their experience and hearing from their perspective. So really appreciate him taking the time to come out to see what we've been doing to really mitigate the risk to have more of our students return. And really we also had a conversation with him around, you know, additional supports for vaccine supports, and he, you know, is going to continue to try to advocate in those fronts, but, you know, said that we should be seeing more supply coming in, which means we'll be able to move through the phases more quickly, but we still continue to advocate to have more flexibility with how we could provide the vaccine to more of educators, special educators providing in-person services at this time. I also want to just note that, you know, we sent an email out earlier this week that made a decision to do a communications department reorganization. And I know it's a very challenging time to do it at this, but I feel like at this moment in time, it's really time for us to reimagine the role of the communication department. You know, I believe that our district has always had, you know, very well-deserved reputation for academic excellence and support for students from a well-being perspective. And I think we need to have a very similar communication strategy that is just equally rigorous and more strategic, you know, from both a marketing standpoint and deeper communications efforts. So really working so that we can ensure we have a a more robust department and team, and also have a comprehensive strategic plan that will better support the achievement of all of our goals and efforts that we want to have as an organization. Meanwhile, we have an interim communication director, Janine Thorne, who is joining us. She is working with us. She is the communications director for the Puget Sound Educational Service Director, and so she will be supporting us as we go through this reorg until we are able to hire the right people to fill the positions that we will have available. And then the final thing I will say is, the Washington State School Directors Association on an annual basis recognizes our school directors who have reached milestones in their service to our local school board. And we have the honor tonight to recognize Dr. Christine Chu, who has served 10 years in the board role. So thank you, Dr. Chu, for all your years of service, for supporting our community at large, for supporting students, and just always, pushing in and encouraging us to do better so that we can better support our students in our community. So thank you for all your years of service. And we have a really lovely certificate that we will get to you at the appropriate time, but thank you. And that is all I have.
Excellent. All right, directors, do you have specific questions or other clarifications for Dr. Duran? Because we are going to segue right into one of our usual areas on COVID adjusted and other critical learning updates. So if it's relevant to that, we can hold it till there. But if there's something now, we have a few minutes. Yes, Dr. Serafan.
Yeah, Dr. Duran, if you have any feedback or anything community could know about the governor's visit, it would be great if you could just share a little more.
Yeah, sure, share a little bit more. I think, the governor was coming out to really show support of schools reopening. I think that this was his effort to come out and just to see what it actually looks like. He's visited some other districts, but this is the first time he's visited a district here, within the King County area recently. And so, he was able to walk into classrooms and talk with students and talk with staff members. But I think the community conversation that we had was really meaningful because he was really able to ask questions around how has it been returning? What has been the successes of having students back? What have you seen as some of the challenges? It was an opportunity for the school staff to share even around the safety protocols and risk mitigation strategies and the teams that we put in place for them to be able to share with him how, if they have concerns or wondering how they can go to their team members now who have been empowered to have some of this information. So I think it was a really great opportunity for him to have just a better perspective around what it takes to reopen schools and to actually see what it looks like when we do open the schools. He did allude to, some potential, obviously we're getting some supports from the federal government, for some of the COVID relief, and that the state legislators are also working to provide some additional supports for us. So he did allude to that, and that also expressed that there will be additional funding that will be coming in to support the vaccine rollout. And now with more supplies coming in, he does expect that to just increase at a much more rapid pace now. But overall, I think he was really here just to support our reopening, support other schools reopening, and really just continue to spread the word that it's something that he supports and wants to see across, our state.
Okay, anyone else?
Thank you. Thank you. No.
All right. All right. So as we transition to item 4, directors, we have several items you can see there, 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3, and then under 4.1, that's further subdivided. We're going to go in this order, but if there's something within this time, we have an hour allocated for this time, so there is plenty of time. But if there is an area up front that you want to make sure that we're spending particular time on, please say so, because we're just going to try to, not saying that each one has to have 20 minutes, but I do want to make sure that we spend a good amount of time on remote learning. It's something that has been on the agenda for a couple of meetings, but really we haven't delved into it as deeply. And I think this is one of our key areas. Many of the students are in remote learning, having a fully virtual experience, and understanding how that experience has been and how to make it as robust as possible for those who are in it is an important part of the work that we're doing. So are there any particular comments you just want to know up front? Or is this fine for everyone?
Dr. Chu first.
Dr. Chu. Yeah.
When you say comments up front, do you mean comments on the remote learning or comments about other things that we want to hear about?
Yeah, if there's just one area that you want to make sure we spend, that we make sure that we're chunking out our time for, I just want to be able to do that in terms of, I will just try to keep us moving along. I don't have exact times for each of these, but so I just want to make sure if there's something you already know that you want to spend time on, that I want to make sure we allocate that.
No, I think that they're covered. I definitely want to spend time on the remote and the back to buildings plan. And I also want to make sure there's opportunities for us as board directors to talk about advocacy that we're doing in these various spaces, because I think that that has been left out sometimes because it's not just being done by the goal committee and we don't have a place to connect that work. So for example, the work that's being done with remote learning, I know I'm doing a fair amount of advocacy and speaking up and making sure that the funding sources are going to be there for us to be able to continue remote learning next year, because currently there is not an exception that has been made to the rules, and the current rules would have that financed at 0.75% instead of or 75% rather than 100% of a normal student's funding. And we're finding that to run those programs, it costs more. And I think it's important. So I don't know if the staff is going to talk about some of the advocacy they're doing as well in these spaces, or if we're just going to talk about what we want to have happen. So I'd like to make sure that we are clear about all the advocacy that we're doing, because there's a lot of that going on, and I don't think there's clear understanding even among our board members of all the extent to which that's going on.
Okay, so Dr. Chu, would you be willing then to help out in this section? Just as when we have a study section, we won't use the discussion format, but just as we try to summarize the notes and at the end have kind of a summary, would you be willing to help with that? And then we can also make sure that kind of each of those points determine whether there's an advocacy element to that and how that's being addressed at the district and potentially board level. Would that help? So if we try to leave a little bit of the time at the end for a summary and then making sure we've hit the advocacy points.
Sure, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Serafan.
Thank you. So I think this will get covered between hybrid and back to building update. But since you said, is there something I'd like to be able to ensure we cover? I think across sort of inquiries we've gotten and comments, as well as what I am hearing from PTSA Council, I think it would be helpful if when the district provides their update, if they indicate kind of what plans are sort of developed and ready and clear. And I guess I'm going to call it blockers, like what are the things that are still not figured out? What are the steps that are missing? Because I think the recurring question we get is what is standing between where we are and where many kids and families want to be. So I will just ask if when they give their update, if they can frame it that way, I would find it particularly helpful. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dr. Chu.
Yeah, this is Christine Chu. I just have one other thing that I want to call out as we enter this. I went through the survey results and I looked at the kids who were in response to the things that Seema was saying about like what's keeping us from moving back. And I do want to call out that I know that there are a lot of folks who are wondering about getting us back, and I think that's a good thing to wonder about. But I want to call out something that we heard at the WASDA meeting just to give some context that I think is important. And we heard a couple of students came and spoke at our statewide board weekly call to kind of give a perspective on how things are going. And one of the students took the time to say they were really having a tough time in remote, and they talked about all the struggles they were having. But they also talked about how incredible each one of their teachers had been during the experience. And I want to call out again, because I can't stop calling this out because it's so imperative. Students struggling or needing something else and teachers working their butts off to help our kids are not mutually exclusive. They are both happening. And as we talk about things, one of our community members so eloquently said that we're all victimized by COVID, but we don't need to demonize each other in the process. And I just want to be clear, like we are all working hard to try to sort this out. And when our kids or our families or anyone tells us that they need something more, it shouldn't take away from the fact that everyone is working very, very hard and very committed to do what they can. So I just want to call that out because I think that context is imperative, that it's always up front.
Thank you. Certainly we want to provide the supports and acknowledge the supports that are needed, and make sure that everyone is effective and able to, get what they need. So Dr. Duran, as I turn it back over to you, just hearing what the directors say, let's go through the agenda as we have. Let's make sure we really highlight areas where, we're finding some successes, but what the other challenges and potentially blockers might be, so that we can address those, and especially if they then lend themselves to particular advocacy points. So in other words, that they're kind of beyond the purview of the district, and we really need to get support from the county or the state or even federal levels.
Yeah, so we planned, we have the 3 different areas that we have, really about 4 different areas we can address on, but I think what we'll do is ask Eva, Melissa, and Jeff to hop on. I think we could just start right away with just kind of the return to school, which is one of the items that we share with you to kind of give you information on where we are with that. And then we could spend the time, having a conversation around what we see as kind of next steps in those areas to, get us to a place where we can, provide more in-person services. So maybe we start with
wait, Dr. Duran, you just said the back to buildings part, but could we please start with 4.1, the remote learning, because that one has just been second for many meetings, and then we don't spend enough time on that. So could we just start with how remote learning is going, since again, the majority of our students are in that. It does not preclude returning for in-person services. It's just that's the reality that kids are facing right now. And we need to know how that's going, making sure that all the steps are in place, all the things that we've agreed and said we would provide to students that we are, and how are they doing?
Sure. Yeah, we could do that. So Eva, do we want to bring Scott and John on also for this part then, and we can go from there?
Yep, they're ready.
Okay. So maybe we have Scott, if you want to hop on and go start with what you had shared from, starting first with just the, the virtual experience and what we were learning in that piece would be great.
Great. Good evening. I'm Scott Powers, Director of Teaching and Learning, remembering to introduce myself out there. So put together a little report that kind of connects some of the work that's been done previously around attendance and engagement. I know that was shared as part of the packet. And really what I dug into was just looking at where attendance was in comparison to our prior years, and comparison it just not as a whole, but also looking at each of our subgroups in there. Kind of the overall trends at the top of that shows some that we saw attendance pretty consistent with what we've seen in our previous 3 years, and you'll notice in some of the graphs there's not a consistency. There's always some up and down, and there are some interruptions that happen in any school year that can adjust those trends. We definitely saw with some of our priority subgroups and a little bit lower to start the year, but as some of the efforts that our data teams were tackling, really working and connecting with different families, making sure that we've got all the technology and different pieces, and bringing those up consistently, consistent to what we had seen in previous years. We still see the gap that we have seen in previous years, or differences that are there, but again, those performances are very similar to what we've seen in previous years. So see higher rates at the elementary level tends to be one of the areas where we see actually a little bit of growth in this. And again, some of the options in terms of when young kids are sick, they stay home, right? And so when you've got some of those issues as an elementary kid, they can check in, they can do some of the work, teachers can count them present for the day. But the high school and middle school attendance rates are pretty similar to what we have seen in the past. I know some of the other information that's in here was around like some chronic absence pieces, and you can see some of that because again, that was another one of those things of understanding and chronic absences. These are sort of some technical definitions that are built into our data systems, and you can see those in there. Again, high school chronic absences are up a little bit in terms of those students that fall in that, and our students who have no absence issues, again, not much of a change. Middle school is very consistent in terms of the students with no absence issues, but we saw in terms of the chronically absent a slight increase in that group, though students with some absence issues were pretty consistent in there. And then again, a real decrease in the elementary one. So we've been able to capture a lot of those students in and through that, the different mechanisms that we haven't had in the others. So that's kind of the attendance overview. I know we've talked a lot about it, and you've had data over the last few months on Teams usage. Again, we sort of have different levels that we can look at Teams usage, and because not all students can always be present for a class because of other things that are happening in their life, Teams issue on a very big logging into Teams is just our first level. So we can say, like, are kids logging in, or what percentage of kids are logging in on a particular day? And again, you see those highest rates that are happening on Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, because we have live class all the time. That's synchronous learning. You see a small drop off that tends to happen on those Wednesdays in there. Again, the system is set up that it just simply grabs the total percentage of students that log in on any particular day. And so knowing that some students may have things in their life and they're logging in or working on assignments, maybe at off times, and not always being captured within that individual on that particular day, and maybe because there are just things we don't know that are happening in students' life. We can kind of then, schools are able to really dig down and go a little bit deeper. And so you'll see in some of the graphs, and they're like, we can actually look at an individual student. I've taken out any student identifiers in some of this, but you can see that, grade level and the amount of minutes that a student logs into Teams, their communications, and their assignments on any one particular day. So this is a type of data that schools actually start to dig down into the point to say, okay, are students logging into Teams minutes? So I can see, did they log into Teams? That's the first portion that I'm looking at. Then I can see which students, and to the degree, the number of minutes that they're logging in. And Teams meetings really correspond to a teacher who set a time in a class for a meeting and the number of minutes that students log in. And so again, it's going to vary a little bit for secondary students because they either have 3 or 4 classes. So they can have, and they can exceed that if they stayed logged in or how the teacher sets that meeting up, but it gives you kind of a range and expectation in there. We can also see the number of minutes that they're using communication. So that's really just the chat function. And then you see students, again, that's another way of engaging. If we're seeing kids logging in, are they communicating and using some of those other tools? And then the other piece then is the amount of time spent in assignments. I don't know if the total number of minutes in assignments is as big of an indicator for a lot of our folks, because kids can pull those assignments out, work on them separately outside of the Teams environment, but they at least have to go into that and do that. So this starts to tell us to the degree in which students are actually accessing their work. So I've given you a little, it's kind of a snapshot of a small group of kids that I grabbed and said, hey, this is the type of data that schools have to dig into. And then also part of it is the quality of information. We've worked really hard to make sure that our teachers are using the Teams assignments, because they may be giving assignments and students may be engaging in it, but if there's not a situation where they didn't use it through Teams, it won't pick up that information. And so our data systems wouldn't always necessarily be accurate in there. So that's kind of a high level look, and again, they can break that down. Another piece is just looking at all the different subgroups, and so we've built out a lot of different dashboards and information for schools to be able to delve into those individual students or groups of kids that they feel like they need to support. And that's what's led a lot of the work in bringing back smaller groups of kids, is using this type of information and targeting groups of kids, either by demographics or by just noticing and recognizing that they have needs for certain in-person services. So I talked a lot there on a high walkthrough. I don't know if there are any questions, but just wanted to give you an overview of what we were looking at.
I don't think the slides were visible to those watching. They weren't advancing, at least on my side.
Okay.
In front of me. And that means even though folks can go online and look at our board agenda and pull up the deck, as you're pointing to a specific slide, Scott, a lot of people didn't have the benefit of knowing.
So just to clarify, that was the PDF that we have that's on Board Docs, correct? There was not a slide deck, right?
There was not, yeah.
Okay, so and then
Sure.
but with that, if we can try to pull up some of the PDFs. Director Watson, you had a question? You're on mute.
Yes, I do have a question about remote learning, and but I don't know if this is the right point to which to add it, because maybe it'll be on somewhere else on the agenda of this section. But what I want to know, I mean, so now we're talking about attendance and engagement and so forth. And so what if, let's hypothetical, like I'm a 10th grade student and I'm logged in and I'm ready to go and I'm actually kind of interested, ready to go. And I'm in a, let's say a district pre-calculus class and an AP class. So the questions are, and I'll just go through them. Are there any online innovative creative uses of technology that I would see around the instruction that I'm receiving? How much of the curriculum for that standard pre-calculus or AP class, district class, AP class would I be getting? What would be like, what do I expect the gaps to be? You know, so am I prepared for like next year after pre-calc? Am I prepared to go into the calc? Am I prepared to go, you know, and how are we handling these high school subjects that have a set body of knowledge? What are we doing around the AP exams then in that case? So there's two different cases. One is a district developed class and the other is like an AP class. So I want to know, like, if you are engaged in the experience, what's that like for you?
Yeah, that's great. So we did a lot of work at the beginning of the year, and it's been continuing to ongoing in working with our curriculum developers and all those different areas to continue to look at what are those standards that need to be present. How can we be really efficient with our time, and which ones can we recognize we can pick up in other courses? So that's happened across the board. Some of the courses that you're addressing specifically, pre-calculus being one of those, some of those standards were really tied to our college and the high school program. And so there were specific things that are laid out in that course that we do have to cover and make sure that we're meeting those expectations that we have through our agreement with Bellevue College. So again, the bulk of that, and they've worked with us also to say, okay, here's what would make sense for that course. And we've kind of gone through that partnership with them. The AP and IB courses, a little bit different. You know, AP and IB both are still requiring a lot of the same core curriculum and not been adjusted to there. And again, we can look at what are things that we've done maybe as part of our district curriculum that are maybe even richer than what AP would expect or slightly different. So we've been able to make some adjustments in that with the idea that we're still moving students towards that AP and IB curriculum. Both are giving some flexibility in terms of assessment process. So that's one element, and using some classroom-based assessments in the IB classrooms. And then AP is giving us some greater options in terms of testing dates, and have given us, you know, a typical early May, mid-May, late May, early June testing date, which is giving us a little bit of grace period that we wouldn't have had previously in terms of getting to some of those core materials. So we're going through an analysis process right now of what makes sense in terms of those testing dates. I know sometimes later sounds better, but we want to make sure that kids who have conflicts and different things can make sure they get those tests done before school ends. So we're looking at what are all the implications of adjusting that, and then that's giving teachers some space in there to make those adjustments for those courses.
And Scott, we have a group of folks, don't we? I think I heard this today in our stand-up from AP that are looking at, or that are talking with teachers to get their feedback on those options as well.
That is correct. Yeah, we've reached out to them to go through that process of what would make sense, right? We're finding with some classes it may be different, and others are feeling like the time. So we're working on what that flexibility could be.
And just ultimately that will be a district decision to then say all US history AP class will be doing this model, which is the X date with the choice of virtual or in person, or like, could you just lay that out for us as it's rapidly approaching? I think many students and families have questions about what that will look like as they're deciding whether to pay and take the exam, even though they can get a refund if they don't take it.
Yeah, Dr. Weiss, good question. So AP has encouraged families to go ahead and sign up. They are giving you the option to back out without penalty if you choose not to. So that decision and information should be communicated here shortly, that if you're in an AP class and have some interest, have any interest right now, it'd be a great time to sign up, and we'll be able to recoup your money if you decide not to test. So AP's showing a lot of flexibility with that. Because we do so much centrally and the amount of resources that go into managing AP testing specifically. Again, IB is going to be done a lot of it within classroom assessment, so that makes it a little easier. But a lot of our other tests, there's overlap between buildings, central resources, testing needs that are there. All of our world language exams will actually need to be done in person, and they require special equipment. So that sort of management, we're trying to take all that feedback from those different groups, make a decision that, will work best for those different needs, and then we'll kind of work with all of our teachers and developers and the students and families about what that timeline looks like.
Okay, and do you have an anticipated time when that will be? And again, is it going to be a central decision, or is it a recommendation? In other words, just because we also have so many students who are kind of cross-registered essentially, where they might be a Newport student, but there's teachers at Sammamish.
Our intent would be, and our understanding right now is that we would do that as a central decision with consistency across all buildings, with that part of that recognition that there is extended testing and late testing for students. So that's the other piece we're trying to have some full understanding as we move forward. So AP's just kind of rolled this out in the last week or so, and like I said, we're trying to unpack it. I know that Tom Dunwald and some of his team have been working on that.
Thanks. Director Watson, did you get your questions answered? And you're on mute, but you look happy. Okay, great. Dr. Chu.
All right, this is Christine Chu. I have 3 areas of quick inquiry. One is I just want to comment that the board, I don't think, ever got an update on the IB piece, and I was also wondering about CTE. So Director Watson asked about the implications for the AP tests, and you guys are working on that. For IB, the district made the decision not to offer tests, I believe, and so we're only doing the projects and having those graded like last year. And I don't think there's been much cushion given so that kids, when they found that out, could really double down on the quality of those assignments. I think the due dates may still be the same and for the internal projects that will determine their grades. And so I'd like to know if that's correct, if there's anything more about that. And then for CTE kids, of course, who are trying to take professional exams at the end of theirs, is there anything that we're doing to make sure that those are set? So that's one line of inquiry. The second is, it was an impressive amount of data in your attendance report. What I'm kind of wondering is, what's the bottom line for groups? Like, what can we take away from it? What do we understand from it? And specifically, what data are teachers using to recognize whether or not their students are engaged? And do we have anything where other professionals are helping teachers when they've identified a kid who's just not engaging to the same extent? And then my third line of inquiry is just, I did notice that the attendance rates overall didn't seem to be way down, at least in secondary. And I wondered if we identified any innovative opportunities to help with attendance for the long term. Like, are there things that we could do with broadcast models or remote learning models that would potentially serve kids that somehow we're missing right now? So those are the 3 things. The other types of courses that require tests, CTE and IB, what we're getting out of the data and how teachers are using it and who's helping. And then finally, any innovative opportunities for attendance. Yeah,
I can't speak specifically to the IB, and I don't know if there's somebody else here can. I do. I'm aware that with most of our CTE programs that do some industry certification specifically, most of those programs are back in person. So we've got our students there who can actually do the hands-on requirements for those programs. So those have been a priority in terms of getting those students back in the buildings and working on those elements of it. So at least with our conversations and what I've heard from them is that they do believe that those students will have access to do that and complete that. It will not be, they didn't get the same amount of practice that they got in previous years, but they're getting enough to be able to move forward on those standards. So Eva, I didn't know if there was anything you wanted to add in relation to that, or Sharon?
Yeah, I can add some information about CTE. The teachers, as you know, have brought back for in-person services any of the industry certifications that required lab work. And as part of the industry certification certificate. And so the students and educators are ready to make that happen. They've been attending for several weeks now. Some of the courses just started, I think, last week was their first time coming back. But for instance, the health and careers, they purchased the equipments that they needed to have things happen. They're coming back, so they'll be able to do all their lab work. Automotive tech, Cisco is, you know, they're coming back in person, but they could have done it not in person with their lab stuff that they have because it's all online. But all of the coursework that require industry lab work for industry certification is set and ready to go. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Chu, does that address your point? Because I will add on one to that. So it sounds like if we could keep track of getting an update on how the AP process is going. If there is anything further that comes out of the IB and CTE, that would be good. And then since we haven't prepared for it at this meeting, if we kind of wrap up our standardized tests, we should also hear a little bit more on what's going to be happening as we get updates for the smarter balanced assessments. My understanding is that there might be some sort of sampling method. So just providing a board the update on that. And then as well as our other standardized tests. So what's happening with potentially the SAT and the ACT and being able to offer that in an equitable way to all of our students who would be eligible to take those who might need that or want that for their next steps post-graduation. So if we could just put those in as something that perhaps we could hear an update for at the next board meeting. Director Chu, did you have, I think you had other elements that were similar to questions I had about the attendance and engagement and how educators are using the information kind of directly in their classrooms.
Yeah, so why don't you add your questions, and if mine don't get answered, I'll just come back and say, so that way we don't waste time just doing mine and then yours, and so like go ahead and add on.
I think they're the same. So I'm just saying that mine were pretty much, which would be Mr. Powers, what would be some other good measures for engagement? And then I really wanted to know, I know we have some data from the survey that we'll be talking about, but really how much have we been surveying teachers directly, or what are principals' observations? And then also are we hearing from students? Because in the winter survey, I see a teacher noting that just is not able to engage about 25% of his or her class, meaning that even though we have 90 some participating per logging in, are students really listening? I hear that students log in and then just put it on mute. They're being counted, but they're not, actually really there. Obviously, in person, we also had students whose bodies were there and their minds may have been wandering elsewhere, and yet that would be a little bit more potentially obvious, and they could, be getting something out of being there or somebody reaching out to them. Whereas now it seems to be a disconnect between the numbers and then what maybe people are actually experiencing.
Yeah, I think in terms of, if I could step in here for a second, Scott, in terms of engagement, Dr. Weiss, what you just described as a challenge, even in person, to know whether or not kids are zoning in or out, even for adults, right? That we can be zoning in or out and be the presenter or the teacher in this case could be unaware. But I do think the survey data was very telling. On the one hand, the kids who completed the survey data rated their experience as kind of like a 3.7 or a 3 point something, like, okay, But in the comments, it was really clear that this is not an ideal situation for many of our students. And so the answer to the question about them being engaged, while it may not be obvious when, especially online, I mean, I just have to credit our teachers. I'm sure it's really extremely difficult to know if your students are engaged when they do have the capacity to turn off their camera, even if their camera is on, they could be zoning and doing something else. We're all guilty of it, I'm going to be honest, in the virtual environment. And so that could be happening. However, we do have the teams at the school, and Scott has been running those centrally, leaders of those teams at every school that are these engagement teams that monitor their data every week. And it's not just this attendance and engagement data, but it's also who are kids that we're worried about in terms of slippage. Maybe they're not completing their tasks, or meeting with their small group, or showing up in that way, or maybe they're not passing exams. Whatever it is that teachers are concerned about can go to this team, who then researches and looks for strategies to support our teachers. So much like we would have a team in the school, you know, a child study team, I'll call it, but this is bigger than that, it's more broad. We do have teams that are monitoring that every single week. Scott, can you speak to that?
Yeah, really kind of blending that kind of data analysis. And again, we started at a very high level, and then as we've gotten further into the year, really digging into the types of data that Eva was talking about, and really blending that with our MTSS process, right? So what are the tiers of support that students need? So you know, our teachers are constantly innovating. We are constantly learning more about how to be good instructors in a remote environment, in this virtual environment. You know, I hear it and see it through the folks that I work through, the teaching and learning department, and the innovation that is shared across buildings and between buildings through those different mechanisms. We have I can speak very, you know, about at the high school quite a bit, because we have a monthly MTSS group that meets, looks at both at a high level across all of our high schools, but also then getting very specifically meeting with all the individual schools, sharing strategies that are working for engaging kids. So we've got our teaching and learning working with our educators, and then we've got an administrative level looking at those data points and digging in and saying, okay, where are the bright spots in your building? Where are you seeing these successes? What can we do to elevate some of those and bring them out? And where do we continue to see some areas of struggle?
Yeah, that is one of the benefits in our district of having ITCLs and our developers, because they can do that work to look for engaging strategies in remote. And they meet weekly. They send out, I've seen some of their notes and their newsletters that they send out a wealth of ideas, but then they're also there at the school level to help coach teachers, or to bring resources to teachers who may need some support with student engagement or instruction or any kind of teaching and learning issue. So it's not perfect, but we definitely do have some strategies in place. And then in terms of the innovative strategies to support attendance, I heard you say, well, what about maybe broadcasting or some of those other ideas? And we are exploring that. We had a meeting today with Fairfax County to find out how it's going for them and to learn from them. And they gave us some resources from their experience, but we do know that there are some innovative ways to, I'm not saying these will necessarily further engage kids, but to increase synchronous time, increase time of kids with their classroom teacher. And so we're already using that approach in some classrooms at the elementary level. And we've started asking our teachers, so how's that going? And hearing from them about how it's going. It seems to be going well so far from what we're hearing. And we'd like to know from the kids' perspective, obviously, when we can broaden this. This is an area, though, that we do need to make sure that we bring into bargaining so that we can bargain the effects. Christine, Dr. Chu?
Yeah, so thank you. No, so please, Christine is fine. So the bargaining the effects, and that's great on that. But the question I was really asking, and I just want to make clear, is I wonder if there are some things we can learn even longer term. So if there are ways, once we are back in school, or the vast majority of kids are back in school, did we learn that there are any groups of kids whose attendance has improved through online that we may find opportunities to reach and teach in ways we hadn't before? I just don't want to lose the opportunity to innovate and build on kids we haven't reached. Not just compensate for the losses of this time period, but maybe moving forward, we could actually take a giant leap forward if we incorporated some of this work. And then the second thing I do want to call out is I do appreciate some of the strategies and things you guys are putting in place for supporting kids. When I look at the collection of the survey results, the grades and the attendance reports that you put forth, it appears that teachers have been generally compassionate in terms of grading. It appears that kids are showing up, but then when you look at it and reconcile it with those survey results and you talk to individual kids and families, there's something missing. And I think that the concern that I have about why I asked more about how can teachers use this data and who else is supporting is that these teachers at the secondary level have 150 students they're keeping track of. If somebody's turning in their assignments and logs in every day, I mean, I can't ask them to chase down 40 kids. So, and say, are you okay? You know, do you have everything you need? What's up? Or you're just not turning everything in on time. So what are we doing as a system to help engage those, say if there's 40 kids in one teacher's classroom, what are we doing to identify them? Is any of this data helping identify them? Because the survey shows that there are clearly unmet needs. And I'm wondering how we can recognize with the data that we have those needs and address them. And or maybe your answer is just we need to get them back into the buildings. That's where we need to put our resources. Just help me understand what we're doing in that space.
Yeah, I think first your point is well taken when you said, you know, for some of the kids, you know, like what's working and how can we take that forward even after the pandemic? And sorry about that. That was a scam. So, and how can we use some of that information? And that's true. We have kids that we were struggling to serve prior to the pandemic who have, let's say, school anxiety, for example. And there are some things that we're learning now that can help support some of our students who are struggling to come to school and engage for a variety of reasons. And so it's not that this isn't working for any student. We even saw that in some of the comments and the survey results, that it seems to be going well for some of our middle school students, for example. And so why is that? And how can we maintain some of those things and strategies that are working as we move into the future? And that'll be part of our work for our fall planning. What can we take? What have we learned that we want to move forward into the future to give kids opportunities and choice in how they're accessing their learning? So I think that's a really great point. Melissa, you looked like you maybe wanted to say something. No?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I thought.
So why don't we see if Director Serafin or Director Malief have any comments? And then I said, why don't we queue up the winter survey? Although we have grades next, since we've been mentioning the survey several times, why don't we bring that one up? Director Malief, do you have questions on the engagement portion?
Not on the attendance portion. I'll have questions in the next sections.
Okay, and then Director Serafin?
I had one question for Ms. Collins, which is on the, you mentioned that there were some strategies that you were learning from Fairfax and that at the elementary school level you were already seeing implemented with some success. Whether they could be rolled out obviously needed to be discussed and negotiated with teachers. But I just wondered if you could describe what some of those were. Like just examples of some of the strategies would help me, I think, probably help illuminate like where there have been gaps and how just a shift in those gaps can help remedy the remote learning. Thank you.
And I was not on the call this morning with Fairfax, but I heard the report about it after. So there were folks who are here who can speak to that, what they learned from Fairfax. But I did look at the materials that Fairfax shared with us, and I've looked at other districts locally and across the country that have used models like concurrent instruction or broadcasting or other kinds of approaches where kids who are at home can log in and access the learning simultaneous to the classroom, which is helpful because the kids in the classroom are 6 foot distance. And so having small groups or turn and talk or any of those types of opportunities is really limited. And so it does offer you an opportunity to have some student engagement for kids at home and kids in the classroom. And that's what we're hearing. Teachers using document cameras and that kind of thing so that it can be easily projected We have equipment that we've ordered in order to be ready for our teachers to be able to utilize some of these strategies when we reach that point. For the teachers who are already doing this, they're teachers at some of our elementary schools where they have kids in the virtual and like at Jean May, for example, in the virtual program and in their classroom program. And so they are finding that it is something that they can successfully do and engage kids in that way. It has a lot of promise, honestly, for when we come back, even post-pandemic, for kids who might need to be absent for some reason. Let's say I broke my arm and I can't come to school, but I want to engage and don't want to miss any classroom instruction. There is that opportunity. And honestly, it's not a brand new idea. It's an idea that's been around for years. We just haven't needed to employ it. And so we haven't had, we haven't had any training or resources to do that.
Thank you. So one quick just clarification. How, I guess from our experience or that of other school districts, what did we learn about, I guess, the ramp up? I can imagine that there's a technology ramp for teachers to know how to be fluid with the technology, how to use it well. Did you find that, or have you found, or did you hear that there's a lot of training needed? Like what are, I guess, the challenges on the teacher side to be able to feel comfortable or conversant with that?
I'll share what I've heard, and then either Scott or I don't know if Tom's on here or anyone who is in the Fairfax can share what they heard today. But what I've heard, and this is all the way from kindergarten through 12th grade, and what I've heard about the implementation is, yes, there is some training on how to do that, and including what could a model lesson look like what might a lesson look like in terms of how much time, and is it every day, and is it for the whole lesson, that kind of thing. And that varies by content area. It could vary day to day for an individual teacher, and that I have heard that that initially teachers are very reluctant to try anything like this, but that once they get started on it, they actually exceed expectations because they're so creative in thinking of, oh, here's another way. So for example, what I heard from one district leader was that that the principal went into the classroom and saw a chemistry teacher who was doing a lab with a student virtual, because because of the 6 foot distancing, it was hard to have lab partners, but they had lab partners with the virtual and the student that was in person. So there are ways that teachers are finding, even in kindergarten, that they're finding success and enjoying that opportunity, but it did not come without some apprehension and at first, and it did require some level of training. I don't think it was extensive training, but there was some level of training. So our curriculum developers and IT sales are working on modules of training for our teachers to be ready in all subject areas. Not that they would have to follow these plans, but that we would be ready should they, want to. And once we go through bargaining, like what will that look like? We want to just be ready with some ideas.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for being ready, and it sounds like, the resilience, creativity of our, educator, staff, and our students as well makes that when we have these really exciting, actually, opportunities available, that we can ramp up and take advantage of them and really serve students well. So thanks for that. As we go into the next part, is there something that you want to highlight? Otherwise, I would just take questions from directors because our hour is rapidly diminishing and we still have several other things to cover. I think I'll just take questions from directors. They've had a chance to review it. Dr. Duran, you just popped on. Was there something you wanted to highlight? Yeah,
I'll just quickly highlight that I know we talked a little bit around the vaccines and what we shared from the governor today, but there was something that was just released from his office as a press release that based off of President Biden's directive for all states to prioritize vaccinations of educators and child care workers, that our educators will be moving into phase 1B immediately. So that's really good news.
All right, thanks for that quick update. All right, so back to the winter check-in surveys. Director Malif, you said you had questions, so why don't we start off with you?
Yeah, well, my questions were mostly around the grading, which I think is the second one. So I'm just going to go ahead and ask it. So the document that we have
shows pretty comparable levels of grades, more or less, compared with the previous years. But my question is around, so at the end of the sort of middle of the quarter this year, we changed our grading scheme and, you know, advocated this new equity-based grading system. So I just really would like to get some discussion around how comparable these grades are to previous years, since this is a change in the system. And I just would like to understand more about that.
Okay, so then since you start off with that, so then let's go to the first semester grades analysis document and then Mr. Harrison popped on. So do you want to take that question?
Yeah, and sorry, Dr. Chu. Is good.
Yeah, I just want to chime in and say, like, as you answer that question, it would be very helpful to identify, if you're going to look at comparability to previous years, that there are 2 or 3 things at play, not just one. So it would be good to be specific about which ones have which effects. There's the request that our teachers apply a compassionate grading approach. Then there's the more standards-based grading system that we ask them to shift towards. And then there's kind of just the COVID situation and then comparing it. But then there's also the ongoing work, and I don't know if this has any effect yet or if it's still just ongoing, to actually explore more deeply a more thorough standards-based grading system, which I don't think should have any impact on this question. But if we could be distinct about those 3 different areas and their impacts, that would be helpful.
Sure. I'll do my best. And Director Powers, if you're still with us, please help me out here. Director Powers, first of all, I should introduce myself. Interim Chief of Staff John Harrison, and Director Powers put together this report. It's really, really interesting data. So to Director Malik's question, you know, are grades at the semester comparable with previous years? I think the short answer is yes. There's some kind of good news, is that, you know, A's, the number of A's increased. I would say generally the disproportionality that existed prior to still exists. That's a concern. But the mitigating measure that we took, if we look at the IPR grade, so where we were at the November the 30th was concerning. And so, of course, we made some changes to the first semester grades, and we did 2 things. We basically eliminated the use of F's, and we instituted the opportunity for students in high school and credit-bearing courses and middle school kids taking high school courses the opportunity to take a P instead of a B, C, or a D. So the comparability, how can I say that? The comparability to previous years needs to take into account those 2 components. We instituted P's. So there's some nuance there, and Director Powers can further explain if he wishes. So generally, that's what I would say. Scott, would you want to add to that?
No, John, I think you're on the right track, and I do think it's hard to distinguish overall, like, where these different measures that we put in had specific impact, right? The P's we can look at specifically because they're sort of a call out, but some of the other measures in terms of the compassionate grading, you get a little sense of some of the alternate grading opportunities at the very end. It talks about the number of classes in which that was, or number of teachers who utilized that. So there's a little bit of sense of some of those pieces, but it can't really tease that out from the data of how where all those things played in on the specific overall grade performance.
Yeah, and I'd say a couple things in response to Director Chu's questions is, you know, we did it. So prior to the beginning of the year, you'll all recall that there were 4 distinct practices that we asked teachers to employ that were changes to grading practices, and they were to ensure that grades are aligned to standards, that students had multiple opportunities to demonstrate their learning in multiple formats, Third, that late assignments be considered as a demonstration of proficiency. And then finally, the opportunity to redo and retake summative assessments. So we've done some surveying in terms of the fidelity of implementation, but the degree to which these things are manifested in the grades is really kind of hard, challenging to parse out. And Dr. Chu also mentioned, this move to standards based, and I think we need to be careful about when we say standards based, what does that mean? And in its simplest form is if instruction and assessment and ultimately grades are aligned to standards, it's standards based. It also means, in that last section of the report that Director Powers referenced, is the use of like a 0 to 4 standards-based scale. And we've got, it's interesting, approximately 200 of 700 teachers used a standards-based scale. And so that's about, 30%. So that was really interesting data. But again, the degree to which it manifests itself in those A's, B's, or C's is challenging to kind of parse out. So I think I answered Dr. Chu's questions there, but I'll stop there and see if there are others.
Anyone else? All right, so I'll comment. This is Dr. East. Thank you for the report. I think there was a lot in there. I think that continuing to survey students directly to determine what's really going on. We know that grades have never been a great proxy for learning, and I'm not sure that the story that's presented here is really that clear. So when I talk with students, again, I ask them 3 main questions, which is, are you learning what you expected to learn? Did you have an opportunity to demonstrate that mastery of learning? And then did you feel your grades really reflected either the learning and or the mastery? And I'm pretty much getting not great answers for all 3 in terms of they don't really feel like they're learning what they need to learn. They're not feeling that they're having an opportunity to really demonstrate that mastery, and then the grades don't reflect it. Either they're overinflated, they feel like they haven't learned, haven't mastered, and yet are getting a good grade, and are very worried for what that means for either if they're taking a high stakes exam or what that means for next year. And so of course we're talking here secondary students because we're talking about grades. Or on the other hand, they've been working really hard, doing self-directed learning, and only then realize when they come to the point of the assessment that they were not on track, that they thought they were, and then that's deeply disappointing then to feel like they're working hard and not making it. And there's all sorts of stories in between. So we hear a theme throughout this that we have plenty of people who are working very hard, but then not necessarily effectively, and I think that's heartbreaking for the students. So I would just urge that we continue to survey and talk to students directly to determine what their experience is, and then how we improve that experience and provide the supports. And as we're really so far into the year, really understanding where those gaps are is important, and trying to address them. I am concerned that we just think that the recovery will be next year. So, a year ago, I was asking pretty much these same questions, and it's okay, we'll fix it in the fall. And, the fall has come and gone, and we haven't fixed it. And for STEM students, there may still be time. If you haven't learned to read yet, and you're in elementary school, hopefully, we're going to get that. But if this is your last chance that you're taking US history, that's it. You're not going back and doing that again next year, and we send you out into the world without having an understanding of that material. Or if you're in math and you really need that for next year for your next part because it builds on, or in a world language class, they aren't necessarily going to be able to get that back without disengaging completely in that subject area. And so that's my plea in all of this, that grades are a poor proxy, and as much as we want to make sure that we're not doing harm in this area, really it's the learning and just time is going by, and we need to be serving the students.
Yeah, and thanks for that, Dr. Wiest. And that, whenever we present data in the aggregate form, I mean, the data generally tell, the story, and Scott's done, some high level analysis in the report that I've referenced, but, the aggregate data, don't tell those individual stories. And I would, on page 7, we had 8 students who requested a P for all 7 of their courses. So, that's an example of there are individual stories where students are not experiencing, I would say, equitable grading practices, which brings me to one of the things that Dr. Chu raised that I did not address. And as soon as you started talking, I realized, Dr. Wiest, I realized that I didn't address it, is the work of the grading advisory team. And I would say that, one of the primary reasons, at least personally, professionally, one of the primary reasons for engaging, in a team to look at making recommendations on a grading system that's equitable. One of the primary reasons for doing that was the inconsistency of student experience. And to say that we have a grading system right now is a misnomer. We have hundreds of grading systems, right? We don't really have a grading system. So that grading advisory team is at a really exciting juncture. And to your point, Dr. Wiest, about student voice and family voice and educator voice, the juncture that we're at is as you all know, we've been using the IBS and interest-based strategies approach. And we're at that point now where the team was divided into 3 sub teams that have each developed a straw design based on the options and the conversations they've been having since October. And now there's a small work team that's pulling those 3 designs into a refined design. And at that point, and it'll be at the end of March, beginning of April, we're going to be at a position where we really do need to, where we're committed to, beginning that really serious outreach and talking to students and to families and to staff, to kind of ensure their voice and to work towards what Dr. Chu has always called a shared understanding of what an equitable grading system looks like. So we're at an exciting point, and this data, for me, just basically told me in a very general way the story that we have a lot of work to do, and this grading advisory team is poised and ready, willing, and able, and have taken on this challenge. So I'm looking forward to the next few months and the work that'll bring. So I'll stop there if there are any other questions.
Director Serafin, before we take your question, we'll take this question. We're going to move to the winter check-in survey summaries. We're at the end of our hour for this section. We do not necessarily need much for the executive session, which has been built into this meeting. So unless there's an objection, we'll take more time to finish item 4 on the agenda, and we'll be taking time out from that executive session piece. All right, seeing no objections, Director Serafin, go ahead with your question.
I have one question, and it's very specific to Acting Chief of Staff Harrison. So, so can you help me understand if you have a plan to do any kind of what I will call stress test on before you roll out a new model? I'm just going to factor in some of the things that Dr. Wiest said, and I know that you've previously heard from Dr. Chu in terms of, essentially getting an alignment where, of course, students are happy because they feel like their grade represents, their overall achievement. Achievement being a combination of their knowledge, aptitude for a subject, as well as a level of effort. And then teachers feel that they have the right level, I will say, of autonomy, which I think both of those are important strands. I guess the question I have is, do we have a way to say, like, under the old model we would be letting go of? Sorry, somebody should probably mute. Under the old model, this might have been the disparate grades across these classes. Let's say, taking US history. This is how we can see our data would have given rise to maybe a broader range of grades for the same maybe work. And I don't know if this is possible. Maybe making a suggestion, or maybe I'm asking a question here, but it's really about, before we shift whole hog to a new model, I would like to know if there's any plan or any approach to kind of stress test it and to say, this is actually going to solve some of our problems. Because if you took this lens of the proposed model, we would have maybe, I mean, a good marker would be, there'll be more uniformity for the same work, the same achievement would have less variability, and yet you'd still want teacher control. So I guess but if you're tethered to a standard, you should have less variability.
Yeah, and a model is, I mean, I would hope that in a model or a system, we're talking about a number of things. There are kind of, assessment and grading practices, like providing kids with multiple opportunities and multiple ways to demonstrate their learning. I would call that a practice. And then there's systemically things like the grading, scales. And we've got, as you can see in that document, 5 or 6 different options for teachers to choose. So yes, I think we do need to gather, and we actually do have, I mean, this data that Scott pulled together on the aggregate level. We also have this kind of by school level as well, which is informative. But yeah, we do need to, as you say, ensure that whatever we propose addresses the problems that the problems that the data tell us that we have. And so that is kind of a part of that next phase. I would say that next phase includes kind of research, data mining, in addition to outreach to students, to staff, and to families.
Can I ask a quick question about timeline before we go on? Just yeah, Chief of Staff Harrison, I just want to understand really quickly, because engagement is one of the most important elements, like as Director Serafan noted, it is important that we have the piloting opportunities so that we can look at the data. In addition, engagement from stakeholders is just critical if we're going to upend something like this. So we need that you mentioned this, I think, the importance of students, of teachers, of families in that. Does that change your timeline? Because I know we had initially hoped to do it by the end of this school year, but I know that it's also been difficult to do family engagement, not only in terms of we can't do it in person, it's harder to do, but also people are focused very laser sharp and have limited capacities from the stresses that COVID has put upon everyone. Will that impact the timeline?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's a great question. We and the grading advisory team met yesterday, and that was, we really grappled with that issue. And so what I would say is, I hope that we are in a position to, make those recommendations at the end of May. However, it's more important that we get it right. And so, that was kind of where we landed. We're working towards that timeline. And what I had said to the team is, I want to be able to, at least at the end of May, we need to kind of report where we are at. So we are kind of, optimistic, and we're going to, so like I say, the month of March is basically refining the straw design into something that we have to go out and get feedback on. And then the months of April and the first 2 weeks of May to continue that process. And then hopefully have, some recommendations, made by then. And then there's the whole other part about, what I would say is that meeting virtually and this has been challenging for the team. I think it's been effective on some levels, but I think it would have been, my opinion is that it would have been more effective in person, and the degree to which that impacts outreach, I think, is something we'll have to, play out as we go through the next few weeks. But again, we're working towards that timeline of the end of May. But in my opinion, we need to get it right. And if we need to take more time to get it right, then we should take more time to get it right. And then the other whole piece is, implementation. There's a level of uncertainty for the remainder of this year. I would say there's some level of uncertainty about, where we're at in the fall. And, the focus should be, getting our kids back to school and back to the routine of things. And we need our educators, to do that. So we need to be very cognizant of where we are at and the challenges of where we are at in terms of implementation as well. So I think our recommendations will need to pay attention to the challenging situation and the timing that we're in. So I know I wasn't specific, but I hope I addressed it in terms of what we intend to do, and we're cognizant of that.
Well, I think this will not be the last that we'll be discussing grading. So thanks.
No.
Let's move on to
All right.
the survey.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Do we have any questions about the survey from directors? Director Chu.
Thanks. This is Christine Chu, and my question on the survey is really about how are we using this data? This seems to be the most insightful data in terms of really reflecting specifics about where kids' needs are and where they're at, and also in some ways teachers and families as well needs. How are we able to apply this data? Is it all in aggregate? I mean, it is interesting. It is our most specific tool, and yet I think it's our anonymous tool. So I don't think that we're able to go and use it to identify kids who need additional support. What is this data saying to us? How are we using it, and what are we doing with it?
Naomi, can you talk a little bit about the anonymity and to what level we were able to disaggregate this data?
Absolutely.
Why I had to do it that way?
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Naomi Calvi. I'm Director of Research, Evaluation, and Assessment. We did multiple surveys in early and mid-February. The teacher survey was not anonymous. It was actually a staff survey, not just a teacher survey. And we did that intentionally because of the questions on the survey. One of the things we were asking is what teachers were doing that they were finding really worked well for remote learning. And we wanted to be able to follow up with them so that we could find out more about things that were really effective, and also potentially tap teachers to help lead trainings for other staff members when we have opportunities to do that, and also so that we could follow up with some individuals when they said what their PD needs were and also what additional resources they might need. So Sharon's team has been using that data very effectively. They've been going through all the different comments and figuring out what the implications are for what sort of professional development we need to offer and specific next steps with individuals. This particular student survey was anonymous, and the family survey was also anonymous. We do occasionally do non-anonymous surveys with students. So the CEL survey that we did in October, asking students about their own self-perceptions, was tied to individual student names. And of course, we let the students know when that's the case. And a number of schools are going to be repeating that survey this spring because they want to check in with students again. So there will be that opportunity to find out from individual students attached to student names so that teachers and counselors can do the follow-up. This was more of a temperature check, and so it was anonymous. As I'm sure you're aware, there's a trade-off between anonymous surveys where people may feel more comfortable being honest versus the ones that we can attach to student names or staff names and do more in-depth individual responses. Does that answer your question?
Great answer in terms of staff, really helpful and good clarifications. Otherwise, still not sure what this survey is motivating in terms of differences in our actions towards and our supports for students and for the families. But I also do want to recognize, I appreciate calling out the SEL survey and that tracking that need for individual students. But this one in particular, what are our actions? And that might be different than the background. So those were great. That's great information. Thank you.
The actions are tied to different sections of the survey, so it really depends. So, for instance, there's been a lot of discussion this evening about grading, and there was a question on the survey about how grading has played out in terms of students being able to redo assignments. And so we've gotten a sense from students about how many of their teachers are allowing them to redo assignments or tests. I've gotten feedback on that question that students might be interpreting it in different ways. For instance, if they're asked, sometimes they might ask to redo a test and the teacher gives them a slightly different version of the test, not an identical test, and they may say then in response to the survey question, no, I'm not able to redo the exact same thing. So I think we need to work on the wording of that a little bit more. But that sort of information can go to the grading committee, or when we're in discussions with BEA, we can use those findings around that. Other sections of the survey get used for decisions about what we're thinking about focusing on this spring or continuing next year. So there were some questions on the elementary parent survey about our adaptive software and how students are finding that and whether or not parents are finding it effective. So that's really helpful to triangulate with the same questions on the teacher survey, and then that helps us decide, do we need additional training? Are these the right tools? Do we want to continue them for next year? So that's some examples of how we take specific sections of the survey and it feeds into decision making.
In addition to decision making, is there anything being done with the survey results to be responsive to immediate needs in the classroom? So like immediate addressing things on a more, not a planful long-term thing, but taking care of kids. If kids are saying, I'm just not motivated at all, how are we, is the answer to that we're going to do the other survey and check for SEL needs, or is there something happening in the actual classrooms? Maybe Deputy Collins might have additional information.
Yeah, that was not the intent of this survey. We can't tie it back to individual teachers. And so teachers wouldn't be able to look at this and say, oh, in my class, they're saying this. The kind of work that's happening at the school level is more focus groups and more intentional using, I will say, observations, focus groups, and their own data to determine next steps, not this district level temperature check that we just did. This is not going to be useful for that purpose.
So it sounds like it would be helpful then in a future report to perhaps get a highlight from one or two schools in that area and see what they're doing at another level. I would say that there are a lot of elements of this survey that are concerning, extremely concerning. At the same time, the response rate is low. I realize that the district has indicated some concerns about survey fatigue, but I, again, have also heard that students and families were happy that someone wants to know what's going on. So in the future, I would still really like to see data at different levels. It also would have been nice to know of the respondents, which ones had selected virtual versus hybrid, and being able to then disaggregate the data that way. Though I do realize a 17% response rate is really low, but it does then make me really concerned about what's happening with the other, 83%, where they just so disengaged that they didn't respond. Did they not feel like they had something to say? Did it get lost in their email? That type of thing. So would like to see more data. I usually don't chime in with anything that's personal, but one of my students was one of the students selected, and I would just say that having more open-ended responses, perhaps to get some sense of what it was. He did it with me. It was the parent one, and he thought he was going to be able to say something, and then we hit the button and we realized it was submit, and he didn't actually get to explain the reasons behind the things that he had selected. So I think anytime that we can get that rich qualitative data within these quantitative surveys, you know, outside of the focus groups, that would help us interpret and then being able to make some decisions about next steps and where to dig in deeper. Any directors, anything else with the surveys?
No, this is Director Serafin. I think you covered it in the last few comments in particular resonate, particularly for me, understanding how the responses, limited as they are, correlate back to different types of just learning. So yes, but and open-ended responses. And I will say, I think there is an element of survey fatigue. So changing up the method and the way we engage people can be helpful. So nothing more.
Okay, Director Malif, and just since you're having some technical issues, I want to make sure you're able to chime in. Do you have
I don't have any comments on the survey. Thank you.
All right, and then Director Watson, anything else from you?
No.
Okay, so thank you. We will move on then to the next area, but let's just make sure that we've noted that this is an area that we do want to continue to follow. And since it sounds like that there's school level data, to have a couple of representative schools, they don't even have to identify. We can just say this is a high school and let us know so we can see you know, how that follow-up is going, and the board can continue to exercise its oversight role in this area. So let's move on to item 4.2. Who wants to take the lead on the back to building update?
I'm happy to do that. Melissa and I can take the lead on this. And I think the next item is the form, correct? The form that we completed.
The survey.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
okay.
So.
Yeah, and I think for this part, Eva and Melissa, if we can frame it from the perspective around what kind of next steps are, and to kind of address like what we see as the blockers and next steps with the association, will be helpful.
Okay.
So there's the OSPI submission form. We're not talking about that one yet. We're talking about the back to building update. Yes.
Okay, right. This may or may not have given you any new information from what we've been giving you in the weekly reports, but this was just a high level of, so who's back in building right now and what's our plan to bring back more kids, I think is basically what you were asking for. And so we gave you the, you know, every week we give you this rundown of every program or in-person service that we're providing and how many kids and at what location. Instead, we tried to give you just a more high-level summary of childcare, preschool, in-person services, hybrid learning, and mental health drop-in. Those are some of the core, I'll call them learning and social emotional services that we're providing. This doesn't include activities and athletics, so these are more of the inside the school building. What are we offering and providing for in-person? And you can see that it's nothing that you didn't already know, but that we have childcare in 13 schools, preschool in 4, and in-person services offered in all of our schools at some level. You have that list of the schools and how many kids and for what purpose. The hybrid learning, as you know, we have brought back K2 in most of our schools. Well, we've brought back 2nd grade in all of our schools, and 1st grade as of today, all of our schools. Kindergarten is the outlier still. We have kindergarten in all but 2 elementary schools, and we expect those 2 schools to be bringing their health and safety team together tomorrow to take their new vote on whether or not they are ready for the return of kindergarten. And if so, then we would expect all kindergartners to be back in school starting next week. So that's the back to school for elementary and K2. And then the mental health drop-in, we were offering that just at Highland. And what we heard from kids was that for a reason for them not coming was that they preferred to go to their home school for that. And so we are offering those services, and it is on a drop-in. So it just varies the number of kids that would come for some mental health support. And then for grades 3 through 5, that's the question on a lot of our minds, is when are we bringing back grades 3 through 5. I think we shared with you in the past that we have a team of folks that have been looking at 3 through 5 and how can we be ready when the building is ready. So ready with a plan, ready with a model, what that would look like for kids. And we actually developed a model way back last spring and summer with our implementation teams. That model has been adjusted based on what we learned and know as of today, and based on the kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade rollout with that half-day model. So they've been looking at bringing 3rd through 5th graders back, at least initially, in that same half-day model where they're not there for lunch. That's really the reason for doing the half-day model, is to just eliminate the need to do all of the lunch and the recess issues. So right now, our school teams are continuing to meet, the health and safety teams weekly, and making the decision about bringing back 3rd, 4th, and or 5th grade. They do not have to go in that order, by the way. They could choose to bring 5th grade back first if a school wanted to. That's up to them.
And even let me just add with 3rd through 5th grade, notification, the 10-day notification went out today to all of the educators. So so basically 10 working days from today would be, or including today, would be the first day that they could be back in building.
Right. And the reason for that notification, we agreed to this in a MOU with BEA to be thoughtful to our educators, to give them some time to plan for their own personal home lives as well, if they need to get childcare or whatever they need to do in order to come back in the building. So they've all been given the notification. It's not specific dates because we don't know the specific dates. That will be building dependent, but we made sure they all know that at least within the next 10 days, you might be called back by your school building to come serve students in person. We've also surveyed parents, families, to find out if they had any interest in changing the model, so that they had originally signed their child up for. So many families may have chosen hybrid and now they would like to go virtual, knowing that we're coming back in person, or vice versa. We gave them the same opportunity we gave K2. Approximately 90% now of those surveys have been completed, and we are seeing about the same pattern as we saw with the K2, of more requests coming from people to move to virtual, although it's not a giant number, and then requests to go the other direction. So now what we're working on is to see whether or not that's feasible for us to honor all of those requests. So that's grades 3 through 5. And then moving on to grades 6 through 12 and the in-person, the MOU really spoke to elementary. I mean, we cannot bring back our secondary students by grade level or even by school. It's not feasible. And we knew that when we were bargaining. We talked about that, and that's why we said we're going to have to come back to the table and talk about secondary, because it's going to have to be a different approach for bringing our secondary students back. And the reason for that is our secondary kids, the coursework that they're in is multi-graded for many of them, for many of our courses. And because of how we did scheduling in the fall, many of our schools have kids, the courses have kids from different schools. And that goes for middle and high school. So we can't just say, oh, we'll just bring back Odell, for example, or we'll just bring back Interlake. So we need to get back to the table and talk about that kind of rollout and what that means for bringing back secondary, and we are committed to doing that. So anything else, Jeff or Melissa, you want to say about secondary?
I would say, though, that we do have, we have developed a plan that we've been working with educators and administrators, and there have been a team, and as Scott discussed earlier, they've been working on even lessons plans for the broadcast model and all of those things. We don't have dates associated with that plan, and that is something that we will also need to bring to bargaining. The second thing I'd like to add about secondary is we are starting building walkthroughs with the checklist to confirm building readiness with teachers, educators, and administrators and BEA representatives. So that's starting to happen in all of our secondary schools, so that there's visibility into the schools being ready and what that looks like.
And we did that same process with all of our elementary schools before we brought kids back as well. So that process we've already pretty well perfected, and we're going to repeat it with our secondary teams.
And I think there's one thing that I would add as well, and that is we had actually negotiated many provisions either in the August MOU, the November MOU, that allowed us to do more expansion of services that I think, quite frankly, we had not put in front of people as much as we should have. So not only our staff, our teachers, but also our administrators become more aware that many of these provisions have already been in place. And so now we're reinvesting that communication and really trying to help people with an understanding this is already there. You can already do that. So I think you're going to see that as well. I think one other thing I would add is we have had a very positive response from our BEA leadership about returning back to the table to bargain the latest iteration of what's in front of us. So we are encouraged by that response, and we hope to get back to the table as quickly as possible.
Director Serafin.
So thank you. So back to Deputy Superintendents DeVita and Collins, maybe you can help me. Maybe if I'm trying to simplify and distill so that I don't misstate if I'm responding to a specific question. I guess what I would say, what's been kind of mapped out, what I'm calling a blocker. So for example, I heard Deputy Superintendent Collins talk about, this is much more complicated, more complex, because middle school and high school has multiple classes. And I can imagine on the teacher side, on the union side, there's just a lot more discussion that has to be netted out. I appreciate that. What I'm not clear about is, are there things that the district still needs to, I'll call it sort out, plan for a proposal? Or do we have, I will call it a plan, a proposal, and that just has to be discussed. So one suggests the district still has to come up with something, has to work out a proposal, and then that is the basis of a discussion. The other one would suggest it's there, the discussion needs to occur, and a resolution needs to occur. I'm not crystal clear which it is.
We have a proposal. We have it outlined week by week. It has not been vetted through the negotiation process. And it needs to go through the negotiation process to be finalized.
Okay, thank you.
Educators were involved in it, so they've had an eye on it. It's not like we're bringing it to them brand new, but it still needs to get through that process.
Can you also clarify, is it the proposal itself that has to be negotiated, or is it the effects of the proposal? I think it gets confusing for everybody to understand what we're negotiating, and I want to be transparent about what those things are so everyone is on the same page and that I'm on the same page. So any info on that would be helpful.
I'll let Jeff respond to that.
The answer is we have to do a little bit of both. We have to do effects bargaining, but also to the degree that the proposal itself impacts mandatory subjects of bargaining, then we have to bargain bits and pieces of those. So an example of that is working conditions is a mandatory subject of bargaining. So moving from the temporary working conditions that we bargained earlier by remote, now if we're going to choose those to be different, we have to bargain that transition going from remote to hybrid in person. The only way we really don't have to do that type of bargaining is we get to a place where we have clearly had what we call a status quo, which means what were the conditions in place before all this craziness of the pandemic. And if we go back and we return to status quo, then we actually don't necessarily have to bargain much of anything other than is there a transition plan. So ideally, that's where we would like to be sometime in the future. We just don't know quite how far that is.
I have one more question. I apologize. So I think when Deputy Superintendent DeVita said that educators have been part of the planning of the proposal, can you help me understand that? Just because that's the kind of thing I could end up saying to a parent and I could mangle it, and then I've misstated something. So I guess, like, we tend to think about, you know, the union representing the teachers, which is appropriate, or the educators. But then I don't know, when you say educators were part of that, is that through the union? Is that a sample from every school? How would our proposal be developed in concert with, or with input from the educators? That would be helpful.
Eva?
Well, what I'll say is, going all the way back to last spring and summer, we developed these implementation teams that had representation from our administrators, our teaching and learning department, and BEA representatives, including teachers. We got a list of names from our BEA leadership at that time and said, who are all the teachers we can contact in order to get some folks on these implementation teams. And so that's where the initial ideas were developed, and the schedules and all of those things were developed. Well, we've learned a lot since that time. And even with the elementary, we tweaked it to say, you know what, we think we should try to bring kids back without coming in for lunch. Because our initial plan from last summer was K-1-2 to come in full time, 5 days a week, all of them. That's why we set the class sizes at 16. And so obviously that's not what we did. We decided to do something different after working with a implementation team this fall and winter, and said, why don't we try a different approach? And so that's what this latest team is doing, that has ITCLs, developers, and classroom teachers on the team. But it is a small team. This is not a large team. And that's where bargaining becomes super important, because we do want to make sure that this is something that's going to work for our teachers. Ultimately, if it's not going to work for our teachers, it's not a feasible plan. And so that's where it's super important. Even if it's not necessarily something that's mandatory to be bargained, we still want to know, is this going to work? And maybe it is going to work if we add like this extra training, or, you know, extra support, or yes, it's a good idea, but, or and. So that's where we can come to the table and have those kinds of conversations, because the teams do not include folks from every building, for example. They're not that big.
All right, are there further questions, comments from directors? Dr. Chu.
Do you want to talk about the advocacy pieces now, or do you want to push those to the end of the meeting and talk about them in the comments section? What's best for you? Because there are many of them that relate to these topics that we've been discussing.
Right, so let's just round out and ensure that we've got any other questions from directors. I mean, overall, I'll just comment and say that it's great in this return to in-person update to see the number of students that we have brought back, to see that there are plans that were created, you know, back in the summer, but then have additionally been adjusted to take into account further input and, you know, what's going on. It seems like there are a lot of, you know, people involved from different representation. We heard the update from bargaining. We heard just the news that just came in. I know that we also heard, not at this meeting, but we have heard comments about that there are many people, including our Educator Association Union President, who expressed that the plans are in place, that people are ready to return. There's optimism around that. I think our community wants to hear, you know, dates and an actual plan. It sounds like we're moving towards those. Is there anything else that we can share, you know, with us as a board, and that we can relay to the community, so that, again, we fulfill our oversight role, that we are really meeting the needs of our students and families who are desperate to come back for whatever their reasons are, but that they need the in-person support. So just want to get as much clarity as we can. And then Dr. Chu, you have a comment, so why don't you chime in and we'll see if we get anything else.
Okay, I'm actually quite curious about the answer to your question, if there's anything else that folks should know is happening. But there's one thing that I think we should acknowledge, which some folks may find celebratory and others may find frustrating, but I think it's important. This week is the first week of our Kinko sports season. We have arranged with our areas to have 3 seasons, so the fall, the winter, and the spring seasons, as long as the rates stay low enough and managed. But I think one of the other things that came out of that I really do want to call out is that we're able to do this because we have, since back in the summer and then all fall and through February, we've been doing small pod work with our sports and getting our safety precautions up, working on the attestation, working on the temperature checks, I talked to Jeff Lowell, our district-wide athletic director yesterday, and he gave me some updates on things and just talked about how much work went into the safety protocols and the verification. So, and there we have caught some kids who, had a fever or something and they've been sent home to isolate. And but the management of that work is what has allowed us to be able to have these sports seasons. So, and it is giving a large number of our kids an opportunity to be in person. And I think that they're working to keep expanding that, and not just for sports, obviously. But I think it is one of the most comprehensive programs across the district that has been able to kind of ramp up and have things done. And so if the district has anything that they want to comment on, stuff that we've learned from that, or ways that we're able to leverage that to scale and bring other programs back and other academic pieces back, that would be really helpful to know.
Yeah, so Dr. Duran, why don't we just also, well, I see Dr. Sigworth is chiming in perhaps on Christine's question, Dr. Chu's question, but then Dr. Duran, perhaps you can close us out with this, where we are now and where we're expected to go. So in terms of, as you know, I've been advocating since almost a year ago, like we follow the health and safety, protocols that are, put together by our state, our departments of health, where we could have had our youngest learners back day 1 of school this year. So we are now, many months later, just at that point. And again, the information that is out there is that we can have many, many more, all of our learners essentially back, although we are limited by the 6-foot spacing distance. So although there are guidance, we cannot actually fit students indoors, although there could be creative ways to, as the weather gets better, perhaps that we would be looking at as well. So if Dr. Sigworth wants to answer Dr. Chu's question, but Dr. Duran, if we can get your, overall take on, kind of our journey, where we are now and where we're expecting to go, because we just know that we need to be continuing in our efforts to serve students.
Great, thank you, Dr. Chu, for that question. Just to leverage some of the learnings from the high school sports, we've been replicating a lot of those processes in our planning the last 2.5 weeks, collaboratively with Jubilee Reach. We've got the coaches on board from Jubilee Reach. We've been working with the administrative teams at the schools, and we're right now doing the registration and final forms, getting that ready to send out to our middle schools, because we are replicating the same process we did for athletics for our middle schools for programming, and it's a little bit different because they're not like signing up for a particular sport, but we're giving them options so they can pick areas of interest. They're anywhere for up to 3 times a week, and we are learning a lot from that, and we anticipate a huge turnout with our middle school kids, and we're super excited about it, and we've got it ready and staffed. Now we're just going to do the sign up for the kids and get them in.
Any learnings that got applied to academics? Oh, sorry.
Oh, I would just say, just adding on that, if you go to the district's athletic site, there is a listing. Kinko did a new way that they're posting. So if you go see, you'll see all the high school season 1 schedules up online, so you can go and get a sense of what's going to be happening here this week.
And was there anything that we learned from the athletic stuff that we were able to translate to our broader academic programming, because that was, a more isolated piece of secondary that we were able to start with, but I'm wondering how we can use that to scale to the rest of secondary.
What I could say from a recent proposal, and we're starting to see more of those come in, is that we have proposals that are coming in from teachers, independent, based on the November MOU, and they're capitalizing on the personalized time during asynchronous to bring in small groups to do study groups, prepare for the AP test. I know Director Watson was bringing that up. But they're like, that really worked in athletics to bring them in pods and continue in pods in small chunks. So we're replicating that, and we're seeing more and more of those proposals coming in to provide those academic services to our kids as well.
All right, so
and I could just quickly just say that I think where we are now, is that we have most of our K through 2 students back. We're working, our school teams are going to be working to discuss 3rd through 5th grade. We've identified, some dates for that. I wish we can give you more clear, hard dates. I know that's something that has been asked for by our community, but I think as we mentioned earlier, we had some dates in our MOU that we need to still follow, but we are deeply appreciative of the association leadership being willing to get back to the table sooner and earlier. And so we're going to do that as soon as possible so that we can have the conversations we need to discuss secondary and what we need to do to provide more in person. I think just to add on what Dr. Seeger said is that we are still seeing a lot of creative ideas coming forward from different schools, not only at the secondary but at the elementary level. And so I do think that we will be having more students returning, but we really are need to do that work with partnership with the association moving forward so that we bargain all those effects that we discussed earlier. Dr. Thomas, anything you'd add to that? You're muted. A year later, you're still muted.
And, yeah, I know. And we have a secondary because, we just have to be mindful of that. We have 10 different distinct bargaining units. So yes, we're continuing to work with BEA, and that's critical. But also we have the other units as they're impacted. So as an example, we have 2 bargaining sessions, Thursday and Friday, with AISP, which is our 2nd largest union, covered under the SEIU organization. And those are our paras and GSAs and others, and they're impacted by this as well. So it's not just the singular labor relations with BEA, that is critical, but it's the complexity of all of them, including our certified administrators, who continue to be our co-leaders in much of the implementation of this.
I will just also just quickly add that again, as we've shared earlier, but I think it's important to note that when we do get to the point to identify dates and we can say what's going to be happening, it still is going to be work across the organization, because we have to think about timing for nutrition services, transportation, and getting people on board for some of those pieces. So that's why having some of this planned out is important for us to really make sure as we move forward that we are doing everything we can to bring more students in, honor the agreements that we've made, and then make sure that we have all the other moving parts that need to be in place as we serve students in person.
Okay, we're about to transition to the break, but I saw Director Watson had the comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, so apropos reopening, I just want to acknowledge that 2 really exciting things have just happened, right? So for me, one, I think we're kind of downplaying this governor's announcement, but this is huge. That the teachers are up. I mean, a couple sad things about that, because now the grocery workers are a little further behind, and the people like me are further behind. But I'm really excited that the teachers will be eligible now, but I also recognize it's hard for them to get appointments because I'm struggling to get one for my 90-year-old dad who's been eligible. You just really have to work the system, but that ought to free up as more vaccine comes in. And then the other thing is, I was always worried about rates and community spread, and we had that one model, mathematical model, I have it somewhere here, where there was a line in there that said the risk in Washington state really goes down when you're below 70 per 100K. And we are at 63 per 100K today in Bellevue. So 2 really good things. Makes me feel like we can maybe all start pulling on the same oar here, and get us back to school. And I always did hope we'd be able to do something for the seniors in in May and June at least. And I think maybe even more optimistic than that, and not seniors, but all high schoolers. So that's a lot to take in. I was really excited to hear this.
Yeah, thank you, Director Watson, for calling that. I think it's a real important thing to do. And just already could tell you that, you know, our Director of Nursing Health Services, Carrie Lang, is already on it, working with one of our community partners. So there's.
That was going to be my question. Can we do another clinic? And, you know, I have more specifics, but we won't go into that now.
She's already in it, so she's.
Yeah. I just want to know, does that include educators? Does that term include the GSAs and front office people and stuff like that?
Yes.
So, oh, okay, great.
Across the board.
Super.
Across the board.
Yeah, Dr.
Great
Chu.
news, really great news.
And then remember, guys, this is our break time, so go ahead.
Super quick question about timing again. I always have the timeline questions. So I got clarity that we're having discussions about 3 through 5, but since everything's on a school specific level, is there some way that we're starting discussions about middle and about high with other appropriate groups so that those can move faster once we're ready for that? Like, what's the timeline for moving middle and high so that we are as efficient as we can be while still respecting all of our safety protocols and agreements, but really also respecting the needs that we all have here?
Well, I would just say that, you know, we have our regular stand-up meetings on a weekly basis, so everyone is aware of where we are in these processes. So as soon as we have information, people know it. So people are geared up, they're ready to go. Everybody's ready just to hit enter as soon as we can, so we can make these things process. So as soon as we get dates, you know, we get that confirmed, that we're able to add some of these pieces in. As we said earlier, around the 3rd through 5th grade, you know, there are some school teams that are, you know, maybe you know, moving even sooner than what we had identified for, you know, mid-March, you know, but again, we're going to be dependent on them making some of those decisions. So everyone's aware of it, and so I think we'll be pretty efficient in terms of being able to be effective with the timing when we're able to make some of those decisions.
Well, I think having that really awareness that individual educators can put in the proposal and come back if they're ready, and that if buildings feel like they are ready, that they can do that as well. And it just seems that this 2-week notification is definitely an issue that needs to be acknowledged and put out there, that if it's time to do the notification, not only so that individuals can prepare, but also so that the system can be prepared in terms of nutrition and transportation and those other pieces, that I would just be in favor of putting that notification out there as we get closer to actually announcing the date, so that it's not another 2 weeks beyond that, and then, oh, it's spring break, and then, oh, there's another thing, and then that worries, and then unfortunately, Director Watson, then we do get into May. And so if we have some hopes that we could bring students back this month, I think it's very important in the realms of mental health when we come up. I have said this before, at 1-year anniversaries, it is a difficult time for many people, and to be able to have a sense of hope, to just have something that they can look to, is extremely important. Director Sharifan and Director Malif had comments as well. You're on mute. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Ectel did let me do that. Just on the topic of vaccines, I just want to be able to say that I think a lot of the people on tonight's call, the superintendent, deputies, Dr. Weiss, Dr. Chu, me and others, in parallel, have lobbied our legislators on the vaccines. And I just think nobody's saying that, but I think it needs to be acknowledged throughout all of this, through direct outreach to OSPI, to the governor's office, indirectly through other private channels to the governor's office. We've been advocating for this for a good while, just hadn't been talking about it publicly. But I think it's just important to acknowledge that it's not an accident, and I think a lot of pressure was put to, frankly, elevate education over opening bars. So I'm glad that this has been acknowledged.
Director Malif?
Yeah, mine is pretty much along the same lines, and it ties in with what Director Watson said. I just want to thank you all for your hard work on that. And Dr. Duran, I know, thank you for your work with the governor at Phantom Lake this morning. I know that you've gotten some flack for that, but it's one of the things that really has become clear to me over the course of my tenure on the board is FaceTime with our legislatures is absolutely critical to getting our needs met and understood and then met. And I don't think it's a coincidence that after meeting with teachers and speaking to teachers and seeing in-person school, that the governor makes an announcement like this today. Obviously, I don't think this is the only factor, but I think it is definitely very helpful. So big congratulations. And I look forward to hearing about whenever our next vaccine clinic can be. Too bad it was already just on Saturday. But
well, we may be able to do another one really soon. So.
All right, so directors, so thank you for all of those comments. Directors, we are at a time for a break. And so to answer Dr. Chu's question, I had wanted to do the advocacy now, but what I would propose is that we take the break and that perhaps you could put in the chat that we would then read out so everyone sees it, kind of what the key points are, but people can be digesting that. As we do our break and then into our public comment period, we'll do our committee work. I think we will have time in there because we are in the committee work, including what we do in terms of advocacy. So I think we can fold it into that section as well, but we'll definitely make sure that we hit it. So directors, if there's no objection, it's 6:05, oh, 6:07. So take a 5-minute break. And then when we come back, we'll be starting public comments, and I'll also introduce our new board coordinator.
You're muted, Christine.
Okay, we will transfer over to public comments at the end of our break now. The board has accepted public comments for this meeting via online written submissions and will share up to 3 minutes of each comment as read by our board coordinator or other designee of the board. To maximize the number of comments read, if there are more than 3 comments, the board president may shorten the number of minutes of each comment to be read. The board will listen to all comments carefully, but will generally not respond to comments spontaneously or without further deliberation. Complaints about specific personnel will not be heard in open session and will not be part of the record of any public meeting. Harassing or derogatory statements about any persons or group of persons will not be heard. So today we'll hear a selection of comments. We've received more than we could accommodate. We'll read about up to a minute or so to represent a variety of perspectives during the 10 minutes. Mr. Bartz, you can set the timer for 10 minutes, but you do not need to interrupt. Ms. Patricia Gasbridge, who I'd like to introduce as our new board coordinator, and we're delighted to have her, and this is her first meeting with us, and she'll be diving right in by reading these comments. I'll say one more thing, which is that our open public meetings do not require a public comment period, but board policy reflects the value of hearing directly from our community. Since comments are currently received online, board directors are able to read all of them, even those not read aloud. Public comments do not necessarily receive a response from board directors, as many matters are operational and in the purview of the district administration. Comments are not vetted or edited for accuracy, even when presented as statements of facts. Comments reflect the interpretation and opinion of the commenters. So again, Ms. Gasbridge, go ahead and read about a minute of each of the comments that we've selected as a representation. And if a comment exceeds that and you want to summarize a little bit just to give the flavor of the rest of the comment, as some of them are quite long, please do that as well. Thank you.
Okay. Dear Bellevue School Board members, wonderful news. As of February 16th, King County's COVID case rate is now at moderate case range, and as defined by the CDC indicates locations in the moderate range should have K-12 schools open for full in-person instruction. That isn't hybrid mode, that is all days, all grades. In addition, King County has been meeting the metrics for phase 1 of your Back to Buildings plan since February 11th, with cases continuing to drop. Please immediately communicate the plan to reopen all schools, all grades, all days. Any families who choose to stay remote can certainly do so, as should teachers who are at high risk. We cannot continue to ignore the numbers and must do right by our children and reopen the schools. Please hurry, every day counts. Thank you, Dawn Clark. Our kids can fly on airplanes with 350 other people, but can't go to school. Our kids can go to restaurants, but can't go to school. Our kids can play soccer, basketball, baseball, skiing, etc., but can't go to school. We can go get a pedicure, but we can't send our kids to school. Schools have in-person picture day, but kids can't go to school for which their pictures is being taken. This one's really offensive. Sadly, we are withdrawing our middle school student and sending him to a private school so that he can go to school. We pay the taxes, we are the customer, we are the parents. We parents are not provided with transparent information. Regular tears of frustration that parents are not included. We would just accept decisions which do not align with science, the CDC, the governor, or the governor. Execution continues to be a failure. At Cherry Crest, one of the most recent delays to adding first graders was to verify the HVAC system was acceptable. This is a newer building. If there was such a basic question, it should have been addressed even before the second graders went back for 5 hours per day. This is a failure of the safety plan. Parent representatives should be on the safety team. Documented criteria should be created and made transparent to the community. And they go to summarize some additional personal experiences with returning to school. Board members, as we are getting vaccinated and the cases are rapidly declining, we need to open the high school for in-person learning now. The kids have been getting half-time teaching for too long. We need to get them back on track with a full-time curriculum. Given that you are allowing half-time curriculum study at school with full-time pay, I don't understand why we have breaks and you don't declare COVID days in lieu of snow days to make up the lost time. The mission of the school is to educate our children. So far, this board has achieved a half-baked accomplishment. You should be striving with every fiber in your body and mind to fill your mission. I'm looking forward to seeing results soon. Arnold Nordsick, parent of a high school student. My name is Rebecca De Brigolio. I'm reaching out regarding my extreme concern about the pace of reopening schools. As a freshman, I was overjoyed to move to the Bellevue School District and meet new friends. Not once during the school year have I had the opportunity to meet new people. Despite the teacher's desperate attempt, no one in class communicates with one another, and I have not seen faces of my student peers once this year. I have been a straight A student my whole life and enjoy academically challenging myself. Having won the PTA Reflections regional section multiple times and going to Stanford summer courses as well. However, this year, due to online learning, I have found myself unmotivated, feeling hopeless, and longing for the day to return to in-person schooling. Many of my peers have lamented how their mental health was deteriorating due to online school, and they too desperately hope to return to in-person as soon as possible. Due to the school district board, though, it does not look as though that is happening anytime soon. I find it ridiculous, and as a student, I'm shocked to see my mental health and academic life handled so carelessly by the school district that is supposed to help students. I insist that Superintendent Duran announce a plan for 3rd through 12th grades immediately or step down. I also support the demand that board members, Ms. Carolyn Watson, to announce her support of school openings or step down. The fact that students are having to advocate for their own mental health and academic rights is mind-blowing. And as the one-year anniversary of online school approaches, I truly hope the school district makes some changes. Sincerely, Rebecca De Bromolio. Dear Superintendent Duran and the Bellevue School District Board, I'm a parent of 3 children attending BSD schools. They've suffered tremendously this school year as the district administration, school board, and teachers union continue to delay in-person school. As you likely know, both the CDC and the American Pediatric Association recommend returning children to in-person school as soon as possible. The district and board must act quickly and decisively to return children to school in the next month. Please do not let the unfounded fears of a few prevent the return to in-person learning for the many children suffering in the district because of remote learning. Sincerely, Radhika Moldagar. As a parent and a member of our community, I find the inability to provide in-person education to our children unacceptable. The education and well-being of our children should be our highest priority. I find the behavior of teachers, administrators, and our governor to be truly shameful. I believe that this will deservedly leave a permanent stain on your reputations. It's not too late to find some courage and do the right thing. Sincerely, Alex Peters. Dear BSD, I'm a parent of a student in the Bellevue School District, and I'm highly dissatisfied with the current methods of learning. I understand that we are in a period of uncertainty. However, I do believe that the Bellevue School District should return to in-person learning now. Online learning isn't giving students the education they deserve. I believe that in-person learning is the only way to learn and the only way to educate the next generation. Signed, Min. Why is registration open for the 2021-22 school year with no information on whether or not it will be in person? This year, my son wanted to do AP, but he didn't want to do it online because of all of the horror stories from his peers. Next fall, my family will likely have to move if we're not capable of teaching in person. It's just not working for us and many others. You are not listening or even responding to the families and students. We need more information before we can register. Today, I'm writing to address the unsettling rhetoric that continues to surround the push to return students this year, specifically secondary. As a teacher that has taught in the district for 17 years, one who has been in person with our students most students most at need since November, I urge the district and the board to listen to teachers. The continued destructive communication to staff without seeking to understand is not aligned with the publicly stated district values. Here are my biggest concerns if you're willing to listen. First, returning to secondary school would be incredibly disruptive. Most students are finding success with virtual. While we can all admit this is no way ideal, the majority of students are learning based on data in Synergy and data insights. Over 10% of the students received an F, NE, or NC at semester, under 10%. Instead of focusing on returning and having to train staff and students on safety, which will stop or reduce learning opportunities, and adding more technology in order to attempt to broadcast, which has a major security and equity issue, it would be nice to see the leadership drop return for all and focus instead on continuing to return for those most impacted. With the focus on return for all, we are removing resources, bringing to those most impacted into buildings, as well as resources that could continue to improve virtual learning. If the secondary return for all is removed from the conversation, both of the existing models, Internet Cafe and virtual, can be improved. Rather than stretching the resources to plan for the what if when we return scenario over the next 4 months. Further, by the time the plan could be negotiated, I'm worried that we'd only have a few weeks left in the school year, which would be incredibly disruptive to learning. Further, many classes are over the amount recommended, which means massive schedule changes would need to be made to make in person. Second, returning to secondary is not going to fix the emotional toll on students. We are all surviving a pandemic. No matter what happens, we are all still under the stay-at-home orders. Being in the school building with masks 6 feet apart, unable to share items, restricted in movement and interaction is still incredibly isolating. Walking in hallways and single file spaced out is not what secondary students or parents are envisioning. Sitting in classes unable to move about the room with a teacher that can't come over to a student's desk to help, that can't hand students materials without wiping them down first, with no group work and talking through masks is not the quality education. The emotional toll that will result from the loss of what schools used to be needs to be taken into account during this conversation to return students into the conversation to return students. I would love to be back in person teaching as if it was the past year hadn't happened. However, that's not the reality of the current situation. This email does continue on addressing 3 more points. One is the preparation's not done, and that the preparation within the buildings and the classrooms. The 4th point is staff training plans are inadequate. 5th, there's not enough substitutes to fill in when there's a need. And then the final closing statement addresses the necessity for a critical criteria review for the staff. This email is signed by Sarah Clark. Dear BSD board, it's time you set politics aside and make a stand. Teachers need to come in or be replaced. The BEA is an absolute disgrace to our children and families across the state. The power is in the district's hand, and there's no better time to remove their BEA, parentheses BEA, ridiculous influence over our schools and for all, once and for all. I have 4 children, 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th, and 0 in school. As one example, I have a family and friends in West Palm Beach, Florida, and all kids have been in school and sports since last October 20th and haven't missed a beat. All are totally fine. Let's stop pretending this is about safety. If it were, we'd be talking about damage being done to all our children and the ripple effect this will cause years down the road. We all know this is political. Make the right choice here or stand down and let someone who will. Signed, Colin Patrick. And then finally, dear Dr. Duran, I'm following up on this email because my children, 7th and 5th grade, are still not in school. It is now March. Schools have been closed for the entire year. We moved to a Bellevue neighborhood because of the quality education that BSD is known for. At this point, BSD is really letting the students and community down. Western Washington, along with California and Oregon, are woefully behind the rest of the country in terms of school reopening. Please take action now. Get all our kids back in the classroom where they belong. Fire those teachers who won't do their job. The board owes it to our children. Thank you. Best regards, Natalie.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your trial by fire for your first meeting with us. I will say all public comments submitted online and in compliance with stated requirements, whether or not they are read aloud during the meeting, will be included as part of the official record for the next regular board meeting following receipt of the comments. Our volunteer board of directors very much appreciates the time and effort put into public comments and correspondence to us. Again, while we generally do not respond beyond the auto responses, we do read the information and take it into account in our decision making. So we will now move on to the next item on our agenda, which is our board business committee review. Originally it had been slated as part 1 and part 2. It's the same items, it just had been split to accommodate public comments. So we'll start with, so the idea of this area, it may not take the entire time, is just for all of the directors to have a sense of what is going on in each of the committees, to understand the overall work and then kind of the policies that we might be seeing for the remainder of the year coming forward to the rest of the board. So we'll start with Finance and Operations, Director Watson.
So a couple of things for Finance and Operations. You'll see that I updated the cover letter for the second reading of policy 5404. Yeah, so that, yes, you could display, we could display that. It's been uploaded in the board docs. So you see, it says second reading 5404 board memo. Okay, and in there, what I did, I added 2 sections. I added a section of what we had a question last time about what were the differences between the language in the WASDA model and our existing BSD policy, because we want to be more careful going forward not to change too many of those words, under the advice of our general counsel Felipe, saying that it can make things difficult when your wording gets too far off of what the lawyers at the WASDA, Washington State School Directors, have crafted there. So I gave a list of what those differences were. The other thing I did was let's see, I added the critical criteria review that we did in the committee. And we did uncover that, you know, obviously if you give employees quite a substantial leave for necessary reasons, they will be out for a long time. And so that can have an impact on certain students, especially a student, maybe a marginalized student or somebody who's really made a relationship with that employee. You know, it could be a front staff person, office staff person, could be a teacher, could be a general school assistant, could be any number of things. And that would be, you know, difficult for them. And we're trying to think, you know, part of the use of the critical criteria is to think, what is the problem and what can we do about it? So we can't really solve that because people need to go out for maternity leave and if they're ill or something like that. But we can ask for maybe more quick communication from whoever's subbing in their position, so that maybe the student or the family or whatever wouldn't completely feel adrift, and be able to communicate with the new person, know who they are, know that it's happening, kind of keep them up to date. And so there was one other thing that happened here. I know Erica had some questions about the notes from the doctors around the pregnancy issue, and I did follow up with Felipe about that. And, you know, obviously, I think that it wasn't quite what she was asking, but when you're coming back from maternity leave, they do want a note from the doctor to say that, you know, you're healthy and good to go. But even though we say, it seems kind of like almost like you voluntarily tell that you're pregnant. You don't have to say it right away, but we request that you say as soon as you know, so that people can plan. But you don't necessarily have to. And but then it goes on to say, after a while, but we do need a note to say if you're going to, you know, work up to the very end. And I'm thinking, well, just don't tell, and then you'll never need the note. But they said, well, you know, at some point we will know, and so we need a note because we want to make sure it's safe for that person to keep working right up to the end. So that was some clarification on that. And so I'm just hoping with this second reading that we can feel comfortable enough maybe to go on ahead and approve this. I don't know if there's concerns around the differences I found. A lot of it was at the level of between the model and the old BSD. There were some headings, and the only really really substantial thing was the thing about without, where we say they can take leave without pay or benefits, and WASDA says leave without pay and says they can then pay for benefits. And we did discuss this in the committee. So when I remember we were wordsmithing around the words, was it benefits? Was it fringe benefits? What was it? So we did give some attention to this when we were updating this policy. It's just not one of the things that I had called out under the major changes when I first wrote the memo. So that's where we are. Does anybody have more questions or something else to add to this? Christine?
Hey, this is Christine too. I just wanted to ask, so did you make changes from last time to this time? Were there any place?
I didn't.
You did not? Okay.
Yeah, and a
Thank
committee
you.
didn't, I should say. It wasn't just me.
Sure.
Yeah, we actually got a chance to meet, and yeah.
I will say though, we had discussed, and we did really thorough on the critical criteria review, but this last question about the pregnancy was still kind of outstanding. So in hearing Director Watson's explanation, I would say that potentially we could consider something in the section under employment conditions, which I think is towards the end, but in the maternity leave section, that perhaps we could say a pregnant employee may continue working as long as they can perform their normal duties with reasonable accommodations, because we do have a lot of the duties that require lifting, and perhaps they aren't normally lifting a certain number of pounds anyway. Someone else helps carry their copy paper, or thinking of what historical school might entail in terms of lifting or getting up on a chair to staple your bordette. I don't want to be overly prescriptive, but I also don't want to seem that we're ignoring that there are duties that can be performed and ones that with a minimal assistance can then make it possible for someone to work. Dr. Chu?
So I'm a little bit confused about the approach that is taken in this policy about the pregnancy, and maybe I should have caught this last time, but I didn't catch it as much. I'm wondering, first, like, if a woman is pregnant, I would prefer, like, it seems to me that it would be right to say that she should decide for herself with her own physician what she may or may not continue to do. And what we should be doing in our policies is saying that if for some reason she is unable, if she requires modification to her work, that needs to be brought to our attention by her. Like, we shouldn't have to initiate that. She would have to ask for that. And also, like, us requiring her to verify her condition with a note from a physician seems like it just doesn't seem in keeping with a respectful stance gender-wise. So I'm trying to understand what it is we require and why we're asking for these things, and how we can do it in a way that treats people with the respect that they deserve in terms of pregnancy is not a disability. It's a condition, and people can be responsible for asking for accommodations, but I'm just a little confused. So if you can help me understand better, that would be helpful.
Well, I had this conversation with Felipe over email, and I don't know if he's online right now, because I feel like I don't want to overstep the advice from the legal department or from the HR department, who is also on the thread, Jeff. So, I mean, I can tell you what they said in the email.
It's probably better for you not to decapture if it came in legal guidance. I just want
right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, so if he's here, maybe he can speak to it. But this is, I don't feel like I'm in a position to say, no, Felipe, you're wrong about the legality of these things. That just doesn't seem right.
No, thank you for that. I am here. And Christine, the first thing I would say is that the way you've couched the two issues and presented them is not accurate from my perspective about the discussion and the framework surrounding this. So I really think that that what you've identified as us making as requirements isn't quite accurate. The review that I did from a policy standpoint, obviously I can't share the legal advice that I've provided, but what I can say is that, again, my question was a narrow question that is analyzed through the legal lens, and really what you're getting at, I think, generally is more of sort of the employment practice, the employment relation issue that Jeff can answer for the group.
Yeah, and I think that's a good setup. And really what this is about is pregnancy, you're correct, in and of itself is not considered a disabling condition. What it can lead to is disabling conditions related to the pregnancy. So for example, there may be complications, there may be doctor's orders directed to that. For the purpose of the policy, what this is really about is when there's something that is beyond a normal or regular pregnancy, this provides us the ability to both support the employee and make sure that we're covering some of these items that were not previously identified or known. And as an example, in the world of COVID right now, this language actually really does matter because the effects of COVID in pregnancy are still not entirely known. So we are leaning in on and following any updated information from medical doctors to help us support employees. The notification is most important, however, when employees are coming back to work earlier than the leave. Because ultimately, when we approve the leave in the front end, there's really no problem. But if an employee comes back earlier, then that's when we really need to make sure we have the medical verification. Because otherwise, we don't know, and then we don't have the ability to ensure that we're looking out for the employee and the workplace.
Okay, so my question last time was I'm looking at the marked up version, so it's a little bit messy, but employment conditions: a pregnant employee may continue working as long as they are capable of performing their normal duties with written permission from their physician or licensed practitioner. And my concern around that was, it sounds very paternalistic to, require a woman to get written permission from her doctor to continue to work. The point is noted about accommodations and, slight changes in duties or whatever. I still think that this language sounds a little paternalistic. I understand the legality and HR, sort of, covering. I'm not going to make too much of a fuss about it. I just want to state that I still think it sounds a little paternalistic. I think it can be misused as written this way. I think if someone was trying to I think someone could use this language to try to make life a little more difficult for a pregnant woman. Like, you can't work past 8 months unless we have a note from your doctor. So take time off of work without pay and get a note or whatever, but I would hope that wouldn't happen, but I could see how it could.
Any other comments? All right, so Dr. Thomas, with regards to my potential suggestion before I make a motion, could we put in as something about their normal duties with reasonable accommodations?
Yeah, I don't think there's any problem with that, because that's essentially what the standard practice has been. So I don't have any problem with that as a modification with that.
Okay, and then Director Merleaf, is there something else that you think that potentially in the wording, I'll call on Dr. Chu, but perhaps you can think of, or if you already have off the bat, that we could modify it so it doesn't have that same tone? I mean, I certainly hear and recognize what you're saying. It feels like it's something with the as long as or portion of it. So maybe think about that. We'll take Dr. Chu's comment and then come back and see if maybe you have some ideas. You're very good with the words that way.
So, Director Weiss, are you suggesting that you would put the phrase in, if you can do it with normal accommodation or within, smaller reasonable accommodations, and you would remove the with the permission of the doctor, or not?
Well, if it's required to be there, then I would not remove it. If it's not required to be there, then I would consider why it's there.
Yeah, I'd like to understand why it's there, and I'd like to, maybe Director Serafin has a suggestion, because I'm not going to vote to pass any policy that requires women to get permission from some other person to work while they're pregnant. Like that, I can't support that concept.
Well, I think I'm neither an HR specialist nor an employment lawyer. So but what I hear what everybody says. I mean, I think that part is clear. It sounds like something that feels dated and kind of has an anachronistic sort of feel to it. I'm not crystal clear on what the I guess interests are in leaving it there. So what I'd like to understand is, in what way does this align to or depart from any standard language that I guess is based on a model language that other districts are using? So maybe our general counsel can address that. I don't know, Dr. Thomas, if you can, but I'm trying to just understand, in what way is this something that is historic with our district, and in what way is this legacy language from our district, or is this something that comes from the model language? So, or is it neither?
No, I might.
From the legal
I can
side,
start looking that up.
Oh, sorry. From the legal lens, what I can share is that, similar to the last situation we had where our office looked at a policy, it was a very narrow question with respect to any review that our office did in conjunction with the policy. So we didn't do a deep dive in our office between historical WASDA model policies and the revisions to this policy. We answered and provided advice on a specific question. In addition to that, though, what I can say is that the framework set up through the regulatory situation is that when where an employer is providing through their general leave policy absences or allowable absences for leave, we have to make sure that we are treating different groups similarly with those leave policies. So where we have a general leave policy when it comes to this type of leave, that's where we get the issue regarding a physician's statement, and the regulatory framework envisions that, where if an employer provides paid leave for sickness or other temporary disabilities, then the regulatory framework says the employer should provide paid leave for pregnancy-related sickness or disabilities as well. And where an employer's general uniform policy of leave requires a physician's statement to verify leave period, then that can be required to verify leave period relating to pregnancy and childbirth. So it's not some different standard that's being implemented because someone's status with that temporary disability of pregnancy. It's following the regulatory framework that's been set up already.
Okay, I have an answer here from the WASDA perspective. I pulled up the policy, and the WASDA model says a pregnant staff member may continue working as long as she is capable of performing her normal duties with the written approval of her physician or licensed practitioner. And then we changed, to be a little more gender neutral and they, but basically that came from the WASDA model that we received most recently.
So Dr. Thomas, do you have a comment there? Because otherwise what I would propose is that, since most of this time was supposed to be on our committee work generally, not specifically on the policy, and I don't think there's a particular urgency to pass it at this meeting, we'll probably take it back and work on it one more time. But while we have you here for everyone's benefit, do you have a particular comment? Otherwise, we'll touch base with you again through our committee.
The only thing I would add is the intent of that particular verbiage is the condition where an individual pregnancy goes from there not being any issue or concern to potentially a condition that would qualify as a medical accommodation. So that's really what the intent of that statement is. And certainly could it be looked at to become, I think, a more reflective statement? Yes. But I don't want us to lose the intent of that, because otherwise then we essentially provide a gap for what we're trying to accomplish for that case when it could become potentially a medically limited situation.
And so then, Dr. Thomas, and to Council's point previously about treating groups similarly, if someone actually has a disability, and we've established that pregnancy is not a disability, are they required to have a note or even disclose that disability and say they're able to continue working?
They would if there were a situation that they were having difficulty performing the essential duties of the position. The difference is that an employee is not required on the face of it to declare or disclose a disability. That becomes really at the employee's discretion. But having said that, then the employee potentially puts themselves in a situation where they're not getting full support and could be legally eligible for accommodations that they're not getting. So they're not required to disclose it, but by not disclosing it, they may not be availing themselves of everything that the employer could provide for an accommodation.
Okay, so it does seem that actually this then is not treating the groups equally. So I think we will work on the language. We could fix it tonight, but I think we'll take it back. Dr. Chu, do you have something specific that would be input for the committee?
Yeah, I want to just call out what I hear is, and make sure I understand. It feels like there are two reasons why we need notification. One is if an employee requires accommodations, in which case they need to tell us so they can get accommodations, and we may then ask them to provide some kind of substantiation to the need for the accommodations. The second is if they are going to take leave that it is that they have entitlement to because of their condition or because of the pregnancy or what have you, then that is something that they may need to document for us. And so saying those two things are fine, but if there's no reason for somebody to disclose a condition ahead of time other than what's in another part of the policy already, where it already tells us that they have to say 1 month of notice, you're supposed to give up to a month of notice if you're going to take a leave anyway, then I don't think that we should be special casing this with permissions and stuff if we don't need to. So that is what I wanted to say. And the other thing I wanted to say is a huge thank you to Director Watson for the work she did to do due diligence to make sure that we weren't going wildly astray from the WASDA model policies that are, legally defensible in some ways without reason. And I appreciate the work that she did, and I just wanted to call attention to that.
All right, and then
I'm going to chime in real quick. I have a suggestion for a replacement for that paragraph. So you can, this is open public meeting, and then you can discuss it in committee, and I'll put it in the chat. Instead of as it was written, that first paragraph, I would suggest there are no restrictions on a pregnant employee continuing to perform their normal duties as long as they are capable of doing so with reasonable accommodation as needed with written approval from their physician or licensed practitioner. I think that keeps most of the language, but kind of changes the tone to be less, someone has to say you're okay versus yeah. Thank you. Thank you for taking me up on this.
I'll copy that down, and then so I'll take it back to committee. And then just that part of the memo where I listed a bunch of other changes that I thought were fairly minor or whatever. Is there anything else that I should be taking back to committee is the big question, since we're going back. Because otherwise, I'll let Francine move on.
That's good. So, Dr. Watson, do you want to give another overview of just what else FinOps is working on?
Yeah. So
committee plan is there.
Have that. Yeah. Let me just pull it up so I can see what I'm talking about. It's the Finance and Operations Committee Plan updated March 2021, and so there, it's just the plan. So the goals that were taken directly from the policy that authorized this committee, the work items as we see them. You'll notice that between this time and last time, I made sure to call out that we're working on the state audit process, and point D, we seem to be serving as liaisons to district community partner groups working on district finances, which really fits in with some of the committee goals up there and the work. Then we'd had the framework for this before, so I just kind of updated it with the things that we've been up to month by month and what we plan to get up to for the rest of the year. I added the part where we went to really deep dive training Francine and I went to back in November. We're sponsoring SCAC. That was not on our original plan. And then a little bit about how to the audit. I incorporated status into this is the point. So maybe you prefer two separate, but I thought it would just make it easier. And then the policies that we're working on and so forth, and then the comprehensive policy chart. So that's our plan and our status. And yeah.
So I thank you for this. I had one, this is Director Seraphin. I had one, I think, comment or question. I hate to have a comment that involves more work by you, but I'm going to go ahead and make it.
All right.
So because under work items, you have D, service liaisons to community partner groups. I wondered, and this may already be folded into your vision or your plans, but I think one recurring misunderstanding in our community is that the higher property taxes mean that the taxes collected go back to our region, our city. There's not an understanding that you're paying higher taxes, but it all goes to the state and the state redistributes it. And it's only through the levies that we get what I would call the extras that are relevant for our community. And I guess what I'm wondering is, even though I think Deputy Superintendent DeVita is frankly masterful at being able to explain this in ways that are consumable and understandable, you as a committee could be the architects for either creating a flyer or something that we would post, because you know what kind of comments or questions we get. You might also be in a position to have a short something in one of our board meetings. It should be something that's short enough that someone could relay it at the dinner table. Like, I'm not looking for a dissertation on school board or school district finance, but I think some basics could be helpful. I have been struck by how people who are very well versed in so many things nationally and statewide do not know this and therefore make assumptions. So about what to do about any bond, about any levy, and what it means to be in what I would call high tax district. So I think that could be very helpful. And even though Deputy DeVita already has so much on her plate, I guess I'm just making a suggestion that perhaps the committee working with you could come up with something that hits the altitude of information that our community may want or may need. So that's,
right,
I guess I'm adding to your plate, but I think it could be helpful.
Or something explaining, or we don't know what vehicle.
Well, I will tell you what comes to my mind. I say flyer, but what I really probably think is our superintendent said earlier tonight that he's revamping his communications department, and I think we all see great opportunities there. One place where we could welcome that is our website. If we were to have content that was short but consumable, so that this could be valuable a variety of ways. It should live there. How do we finance our district? That should be basic information that anyone can quickly read and get it understood from our deputy superintendent.
Yeah.
It could be put there, and you could have I will call it, 5-minute show and tell during our next, or one of our school board meetings. I will go on mute so you don't have to hear that.
How about, Deputy Superintendent DeVita, since you've come on, perhaps you can comment on it, because it sounds like perhaps it's something, I know I've seen materials that you've produced in the past.
Slide, somewhere.
Right, and then that's something that the committee could review rather than the committee creating it. Does that sound kind of in line with what you were planning anyway?
Yeah, and I actually would like to do it from two perspectives. One being, how do your property taxes work? Because your property taxes go to more than just schools, right? And so people just assume all their property taxes go to schools. And then the second being, how are schools funded? So I'll put two quick little things together on that, and then as a draft, and then we can start from there.
Yeah, maybe we can even eventually get communications people to help us with a nifty graphic,
Yeah, well, we've been looking at maybe some video and things like that. So we've been working on some of that stuff behind the scene, but I'm happy to put together a couple of pieces.
Great.
All right, we saw Dr. Duran saying yes to all that, so we'll just kind of relay that.
I should put a line on my plan then, something about.
Right, and this
is
great.
Communication regarding school finance and property taxes.
Okay. All right, so this is great. This is the kind of input we want, cross collaboration on the board. Dr. Chu, do you have a comment?
On terms of that, actually, I was going to be looking for something like that. I was expecting it to come as part of the work where you're going to recommend some of the major budget adjustments that are happening. So I think that I'm so glad that Director Serafin asked and framed it in that way, and I love the way that Deputy Superintendent DeVita is thinking about it. If we could just make sure that those pieces are available when the larger budget stuff is presented, that would be super helpful, just to put it in a context of a place where people will want to consume it. Because there are two questions. I really appreciate the tax side of this, that comes up where people don't understand they pay a whole bunch of taxes, but we only get a small portion of those, and we don't get all of those. And in fact, we get a disproportionate amount of many of them. And then the second piece that I think comes up often is just understanding the sort of how of the finance, like why things have to be cut. But there's particularly things now saying, like, why are you saying that you're losing funds? You're not losing any funds. Well, we are. And having people understand why we're making cuts right now, and really understand what the impacts to our budget are. That it's not a shell game that we're playing, that they're pretty real. I think anything you can do to clarify that, because those are things that I hear in the community that I'm always looking for something as a resource, those two particular pieces.
So we will be doing planning on a whole board development workshop on the budget, so we'll have an opportunity to update everyone more on that. I want to make sure there's time for the other committees. I will point out that there is a prioritized policy work list. We are not going to be getting to all of that, so I do urge other directors to take a look, and before the end of this meeting, just let us know. It'll be covered under OPMA. You can send it to us in an email is fine, to let us know if there are ones that stand out to you that should be higher on our priority list, because as we work through, so those aren't necessarily in order, like A through G there. It's a collective list, so we would be looking for input on that as well.
On the ones that I had in one area of this memo, let's see, are kind of in a little bit of a priority order. The 520, 5401, 6580 that I say we're going to do sometime between March and June, but the ones on the very final comprehensive policy chart, those aren't in order. Does that make sense?
Right, and some of it is time dependent. For example, the SRO policy work. So that isn't necessarily the last on the list. It's just more.
No, it's just the one that we called out for.
Right, so that's why I'm saying we're not completely in a this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, right. Dr. Chu. You're on mute.
Thank you. So I see that you have collective bargaining on the list, and that's awesome. I think getting some clarity around some of the expectations there would be great. One of the things that I have been wondering about when we're doing work with our organizations, and it's not any one organization, but all of them, is how we're accounting for our commitment to equity and accountability, and how do we do critical criteria reviews around that space. And so if when you're working on that one, it's very important to me that we figure out how we bring that into our commitment to equity and accountability.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you're saying. The critical criteria review, we are now, since it got passed, we are doing it on every policy. We did it on the 5404 as we bring forward.
No, I'm not asking you to use it. I'm asking how we incorporate it into our collective bargaining processes.
Oh.
So if we come up with an agreement with one of our unions, has that been reviewed? Have we done due diligence in the negotiation process or in the process of working on that to come up with a plan that actually meets the needs of kids and make sure that we're running that through and that we're all on the same page? So
same
when
thing
you
with the budget guidelines that we're hoping to come out of the next workshop, we'll also want to review those with critical criteria. So hopefully we'll get in the habit.
Well, I think what I'm pointing out is that anything that the district makes, a budget guideline, a program, anything the board does, a policy, a resolution, we can take all those things through critical criteria review. In fact, policy 0130 covers that. Policy 0130 does not cover how our collective bargaining work is held to the standard of equity and accountability. So I'm asking you to I'm just giving that to you as something I'd like you to take into consideration. I don't have a how exactly to do it, but I'm saying it's an absent piece.
Right, so we won't discuss it in depth now. I've written that down. We'll take it into account. And just to be clear, that policy was on our list prior to a lot of things that have been happening. There's just some inconsistencies within that policy that needed to be ironed out. But along with a look at that, we can certainly see if that we need to put in some additional language there as well. Okay, so just directors, just take a look at that. I just want to make sure we get to all of our committees, and we have a couple of other really important things to discuss for our board. So student instruction, family engagement, I believe that's Director Malif. Do you want to give us an overview of where the committee is? I'm particularly interested in what we passed at the last meeting regarding doing more outreach. Just feel like it's long overdue and very timely.
Yeah, so what you have in board docs is a slightly updated committee plan. The only thing that was changed was where did it go? Under our committee goals, the second goal, board outreach, includes multiple perspectives from the district and empowers a greater diversity of community members to engage with and participate in district direction. That was just an added sentence. And then what we passed last time was our tentative family engagement plan focused on particular groups. Dr. Chu and I are scheduled to meet with blanking on the name of the group now that I'm on the spot, and I apologize for that, but it's on Thursday at 5. I think we went back and forth on whether it was on Wednesday or Thursday at 5. Dr. Chu is nodding, so it's on Thursday at 5, and that's going to be sort of our first step with Director Jones leading that. And then at the very bottom of our committee plan, you'll see our policies that are up for discussion. The ones in red are ones that are done, and then the last two for this year are 2110 and 2020, with a note that we will probably need to revisit 2020 next year as more changes and updates are made on the district side. Director Chu, what am I forgetting?
So I was trying to scroll through and find the part where there's a set of policies. So we have a very short list of policies that we're committed to work through this year. But then we have a longer list of policies that what we've committed to do is this year we'll be taking a look at them as a committee and deciding, working with staff to decide which of those things require changes to enable the annual plan, the strategic plan, and the getting people back to school. So those three things will kind of take that lens to it, and we'll decide where changes are needed, and we'll prioritize those for next year, but we'll be identifying the changes because most of them are significant enough policies that will require significant stakeholder engagement. So we don't think that we can get to them by June with the necessary stakeholder and identify what needs to be done so that we can start planning. Because I think sometimes we wait too long to figure out what's needed and then it's too hard to finish. So that's the plan. Director Malief, are those listed? I'm trying to find those here. I thought we had that listed in here so
They
folks
are
would
at
know
the very bottom of our plan. If you scroll to the very bottom, past all of the calendar.
Oh, got it.
Policies to address this year, et cetera. And Mr. Jones has chimed in. Family Advisory Committee is what is meeting tomorrow or Thursday. Excuse me. Thank you very much.
So and just for the rest of the board, I have asked for at the next board meeting to get a little update on our different advisory committees. There are a number that have been launched this year, and so we'll be getting a little bit of an update that, and perhaps some of the work that you're doing there will be highlighted as well, so we can continue to get updates on that. In terms of the policies, I think you both have addressed them very well. I would just urge the ones that need stakeholder engagement. I know when I previously sat on that committee, we'd kind of put it out as we would like to work on these, but they do need the stakeholder engagement. And so Dr. Duran, just highlighting that for you again, that we know it takes a while to arrange those and just to kind of be proactive. And so as you do that alignment work and determining the priorities, to just be ready to do that so they don't then get held up further because those pieces haven't been put in place. Okay, directors, anything else for SAFE committee? All right, thank you both. So that brings us to, we put C's in. We weren't sure if there was an update based on what we had discussed previously, or if you want to bring that back up in.
There's a verbal update.
Okay. So Director Chu.
Okay.
No, actually, Director Watson's going to walk us through this one, I think. Is that what you agreed?
Am I? Let's see. Well, it's just, okay, yes. So I have my notes here. So the C's committee, we need a little more time on 0130P. We made some good progress. I'm still saying we got it down to 8 pages, so that's a big victory from however many it was. And then, so we would request that we could keep our committees together for a little while longer. We're going to need to ask staff, primarily John, to review the piece on reporting and streamlining some of the district requirements. And so we're just thinking we've made some good progress, and we could potentially maybe get this wrapped up without having to throw it over the wall to the goal committee. So just wanted to see what you guys thought about that. And also I think Christine has more information on like the timeline and stuff, because we're going to try to get it ready for what the next
yeah, the April board meeting is the next opportunity to bring a policy in, and we were hoping to have it ready by then. What the plan is, Director Watson's not giving herself enough credit. She did a tremendous amount of work to really just get us focused, and I think that that focusing is really going to take this home to a better place very quickly. We have talked to Dr. Durand, we have talked to Chief of Staff Harrison, we have talked to Program Manager. Now I'm gonna mess up. Thank you. I keep going first name, last name. Anyway, we've talked to folks, and people are pretty excited about the direction this is taking. We think it's gonna require a little bit of an adjustment, but the idea of lightening up the prescriptiveness and lightening up the load and trying to get things aligned with the annual plan process and just get it lighter is something that we can do with greater ease than anticipated. And And we thought that if we're going to do that anyway, and since Director Harrison is going to be doing the work to update the reporting piece, we could just do it in one fell swoop, and we have a timeline that we think can take us to the April meeting. So we're actually pretty excited. We think this will preserve the intent of the policy while taking burdens off all over the place.
Okay, and then just to clarify that with the reporting that you mentioned, we'll be doing our it sounds like later March development workshop, where we're looking at streamlining and refining and making the reports really useful for everyone involved. And so perhaps some of that work will also feed into the work that you're doing, or potentially we should look at perhaps doing that that piece as well in that workshop. So it sounds like just something for us to flag in the board development workshops. All right, any other comments from directors on this one? All right, so that brings us to Governance, Oversight, and Legislative Committee.
We didn't talk through who is going to present this. Seema, do you want to, or do you want me to walk it through?
Why don't I take a stab at it? I will be happy to have you jump in, because I think you deserve the credit for a lot of the organizational work around this. So I'll just start by saying I think what we did was, looking at our legislative work, we have, I think we'll say we are largely on track. And what I mentioned before, I think, is just worthy of repeating. I think Director Watson Director Malief is right that there is a real value to engaging closely with our legislators. And I think the credit of this committee's work is, frankly, it's like when somebody calls you when they need something versus they've been calling you for years and engaging in a relationship and building one for years. And then when you actually need their help, you already have a relationship. So the history here is that I think we've been at this for a while, not just because we were looking for help, but because we really truly wanted to understand the perspective of our legislators. So that's all to say, I think there's a broader committee with whom we align that includes Chief of Staff Harrison, Deputy Superintendent DeVita, and obviously Superintendent Duran, along with lobbyists, and we regularly engage. I think what we, and Dr. Chu can explain more, but I think we know that there's like specific legislation right now that will impact us. We have to find the right way to ensure that what we learn about the legislation, in this case, there's a House bill and a Senate bill, one on enrollment stabilization, one on transportation budget stabilization. We have to ensure that we find the right way to socialize, share with other board members what we learn about it, so that each of you can also advocate as you need to and want to. But I think generally, everything you see under legislative approach, I think we would generally say we are on track. But no, we have more to do, certainly before the end of the year. Where we revised our approach was more along oversight and governance, primarily to ensure that we took out what was maybe overly detailed. You see that in the first section on oversight, where we just thought a high level of understanding and ensuring that what we provided was clear best practices. I think the way Dr. Chu has framed it has been just ensuring that if there's a new policy to be developed or new plan being developed, that we have the right guidance back to the district on how do we ensure that all voices are brought in at the right time, rather than sort of filtering on the substance necessarily of that. Meaning we're not necessarily trying to be blockers or gatekeepers, but rather ensuring that process is followed. So the two places you see some deletions are under governance, and prior to that under oversight. The one thing I would say is on 0150 and 0300, you recall that we passed those in new revised form. We know that it hasn't worked out. We have to take a stab at things. We see how it works out. We learn from it. We improve. I think those are two policies where I believe we're going to get an ask from the district to maybe consider suspending 0150 for now while we try to while we await a proposal back from the district on how to revise them, that we would then review and maybe further comment on, and then bring back to the board for review. Because right now we know that in current form, they're not, I think they're not, they have unintended consequences in terms of how they're impacting the district. So I think with that, let me hand it over to Dr. Chu to see if she's got more to say or something different to say.
Yeah, I think that's really where we're heading, and I think the 0150 and 0300, for folks who don't know, those are our planning and our reporting processes, and I believe that those are going to be the focus of our board workshops. So we'll be able to go back in and make changes. We can add those back to make changes. We've left it flexible that we'll take that on if it's needed. But the other piece is that we do want to make sure that there's opportunities. We can help sort out if there's a piece of a policy that would be helpful to suspend, because right now it's so important that we figure out how to get kids back to school. And I don't just mean like back to school tomorrow, I mean even next year, right? Like there's a lot of stuff that has to be sorted out and worked through. And so we need to make sure that there's appropriate focus and bandwidth for that. That's why I was bringing up things earlier, like around the some of the goals. So what I do want to call out on here that I'm not sure we talked about, that Director Serafin fully brought out, I'm just trying to find my copy of it so I can look at it at the same time here, is the additional goal that we have, because one of the things that this committee is charged with is to make sure that we help be a liaison when there is work to do on the strategic and annual plan work. And the work that we are to do, as Director Serafin noted, is about making sure that there's shared expectations that are clear for the work, that there is a means for all board directors to get stakeholder information that's part of that process and to have access and understanding of it, and that there are appropriate opportunities for the board to participate and contribute to the setting of direction. And so hopefully we do that primarily through the existing board meetings and board workshops, but there may be other things that we deem are necessary or would recommend. And so that's the role that we'll play. That's what we're committed to do. And so we wanted to spell out that we were working on that. And so Deputy Director Collins will work with us on that as well as the rest of our committee. So that's the only other major change, but really it's the work we said we were doing, and we're here to do the follow-up as needed from the board workshop, whatever has to happen there.
Okay, so let's, so there's a couple of things, just because you mentioned that strat plan refresh. We do have the board development workshop that's coming up on budget development, and then we had 2 dates held at the end. So Director Serafin, I'll have to see what your conflict was, but one idea was that if we needed to, there was also, one could be the reporting process, and one could be if we needed to have extra time on strategic planning refresh, because we tried to incorporate that into the February meeting, and we're just pressed for time on something that's really needs more thoughtful input. And so that is there already. So I'll just throw it out to Goalcom as you're thinking through the shared expectations and making sure that everyone has opportunity for input, that time was set aside potentially there. So we'll just have to take a look at schedules, but put that in. And then I know we said, and as part of your plan here is to keep board members informed as to the legislative specifics. And so we're running out of time to do it here, but we did say we would talk about the advocacy points. And so maybe you could dovetail the two together, which is just really high level. This is what's going on, and here are the points that were identified in our earlier discussion that need additional advocacy. So you already pointed out some things that we are doing, but let's fill in the rest of those points.
Okay, I'm gonna do my best to accommodate what you've asked, but I may go a little bit outside the lines here, just because, first of all, I want to clarify that this committee, the entire board, is part of the advocacy work. This committee's primary focus on advocacy is our state legislators, and we work with our lobbyists and our staff to do that, and we are not the primary drivers. In fact, Deputy Superintendent DeVita and Chief of Staff Harris, along with our superintendent, are our primary drivers, and we're supporting them in that work. And there's a lot of opportunities for supports. So that's what's going on. But the other things that are happening are there's a group that I've mentioned before where Dr. Wiest and I meet weekly with a group from around the county. Around the county, East King County. There are 5 school districts that get together. We are advocating with our county, including the Office of the Executive, the county council members, public health director and staff. We work with OSPI. We met last week with State Superintendent Reichdahl. We met with the Chief of Staff of the Governor. And we're planning. We have some upcoming meetings on with our federal legislators, and there's also work that I do with the State School Board Association, and there's also work that Dr. Wiest does where she's advocating on a statewide level with a work group for digital digital support or digital literacy. I'm not sure if Francine can clarify that, but there's all of those things happening. And I do want to point out some of the things that have happened that we had been part of advocating for. We advocated very hard for a testing location on the east side. We got one at Bellevue College. We have worked on getting increased data reporting. We're getting that. We worked for the toolkit and additional staffing from public health to support us. We've got that. We worked for the Department of Health to give us science-based guidelines for getting our schools back open so we can focus on the education part and they can focus on that. So there's a whole litany of things that have worked. What we need to do now is short-term, legislatively, there are a couple things where we're trying to make sure that our funding for next year is based on the enrollment from a previous year and maybe not this year, because we have kept our staff on to do that, and we need to know if there's going to be cuts in our funding. And right now there's a bill in the legislature where they were going to hold us harmless for the changes in enrollment, but now that was pulled out of the bill and suggested it would be taken care of in the budget. So the state operating budget. And so if it's not taken care of in the state operating budget, that's going to cost us something like, I want to say $14 million. So it is an exceedingly non-trivial thing. There's also a bill right now on state transportation, hold harmless, and a few other things going on there that we'll be working on. And I think Chief of Staff Harrison has a report on this that he can send out, maybe include in the next weekly report, that can give an outline of the state legislation that's going on that's important right now. Additionally, we're going to be updating. Is that true? Did you that thing you sent to us?
Yes, and I sent it to all 5 directors.
Oh, great. Okay, so we have that. For next year, we're really working very, very hard to get updated regulations immediately. So anything that will change in the COVID regulations right now that will affect our ability to operate in the fall, we need to know about that by May. And the Washington State Department of Health is taking on a comprehensive review of all of the guidelines associated with schools, not just the return to school guidelines, but everything. And they're going to do a scientific review about how the science has changed and what the latest best science is. So we know already that there's differences in recommendations about how we do cleanup after a potential exposure on site. Like what are the places that are important to invest in cleanup regulations? So that's something that we'd expect to be updated. There may be other updates as well. It's possible the distancing requirements may change, particularly as vaccines roll out, because that could change circumstances. We don't know, but that is happening, and we're pushing very hard, not for what the regulations look like, but pushing hard that we get the regulations in our hands in May so that we can use them to plan. We're also pressing for full funding for online. So that's another group we advocate with, which is the State Board of Education, who has the power to give us the exceptions to the times, the hours and days and requirements that allow us to do that. If they otherwise, the only way we can do online learning for next year for those students who will still need it, we do expect there to be it. We would only be funded based on an alternative learning model, which only gives us 0.75 funding instead of 100% funding. So we need to advocate for that. We are also going to have an opportunity to talk with our federal legislators about the the third round of ESSER dollars, the relief dollars, CARES package dollars, and those dollars are being allocated to districts, and there should be a huge amount of like funding allocation to help with learning loss. The problem with it is the way that it's distributed is based solely on Title I modeling, and we have seven schools in our district that qualify for Title I, but only five of them that are registered as Title I, which is a small percentage, and yet we still have some of the largest number of students, say on free and reduced lunch in the state. We still have 3,400, over 3,400, or about 3,400 students, and so if we use these models, we don't really get the money we need to take care of all of our kids. There are other issues with that, but I don't want to go into more details today. We'll also be advocating, there's going to be some testing requirements lifted by the federal government, but the state is coming in, so academic testing requirements. So we'll be advocating for folks to help make that more practical and applicable to school districts and to give school districts a little more control over that. We're also continuing to advocate for vaccine efficiency and speed and prioritization. And as you can see, our district is volunteering to hold clinics and doing everything it can. We're looking for mental health supports, not just to get to our schools, but we're asking the county when they get ESSER dollars to make sure that there's enough going into mental health supports that go into schools and to help our community that way. Not directly to schools, but to all our partners that are helping support us through that work. And also still working on data reporting and some pressure for the pilots to expand funding for surveillance testing so that as we come back to school in larger numbers, that there's the potential to do on-site surveillance testing, even if it's only for a couple months and if we determine it's not necessary, but we want some funding to give that option, and rapid turnaround tests as there's more people back together quickly. So those are issues that are happening right now. I can try to write that up, but there's
I think maybe just some bullet points so everyone has them and knowing that you did go through all of them, but there is a lot, which is the big point. And then there are some additional things that came up at this meeting. So I think in the interest of time, Dr. Chu, you're the common thread, but would Goalcom like to kind of do the wrap up from this meeting, identifying whether there's additional things to add to the list, or I'm not sure when the next time your meeting is. Perhaps we can follow up directly with Dr. Duran as I do the takedown from this meeting and determine if there are pieces that we then are already able to leverage into our meeting that we're having with like King County on Friday.
Why don't you take that on and circle back with me, since we'll be at the meeting on Friday, and then I can bring that, since there's not any like board actions here, then I can still bring the list to we could send the list to everyone.
Okay,
and then Goalcom will have it, and so will everyone else.
All right, so if you could just send me your notes from today, and then I'll make sure that we hit on those in our takedown. Okay, so that was a lot on advocacy, but the point is that there's a lot going on. In terms of the other policies, I just saw that you had the 0150 and 0300 listed, and I was wondering, there had been mention of looking a little bit at our 1400 and 1420. So 1400, the policy and the procedure for the meetings, and then 1420 kind of regarding the agenda. Are you still planning on doing that? Because I think it would be very helpful for this year. We could see that in maybe the May, June-ish timeframe.
I think that's still on the list. Yeah.
I think a little later would work, but yeah.
Okay, I didn't see it on the.
It's not on. Yeah, it's not on there. So we would.
Oh, we took it off. I'm so sorry. We'll get it on the list. Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
All right.
Yeah.
So that would be good. And then there's another policy that both Director Watson and I have mentioned in the past, and it would fall under Goalcom. However, we would be fine taking it on through executive committee, and that's WASDA model policy 1733. There's a policy and procedure, and it has to do with basically reimbursing board directors for meeting time. And in terms of that, it is we feel a really important equity issue, but it seems like they're throwing it over to us, Director Watson.
And just for anyone listening, this doesn't apply to those of us who are already on the board. This is laying the groundwork for the future. You know, to live in a more equitable world where somebody in the future who runs for school board could at least maybe get some defrayment of babysitter costs or something. It's a tiny little stipend that's allowed.
Okay,
so that answers your question. Yeah,
we will take that on. But before I segue into executive committee, is there anything else? Any other? Director Malif wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, just with regards to, you said you were going to write up bullet points in regards to questions we've asked Deputy Superintendent DeVita before. If you have a short thing of bullet points or talking points, especially around the advocacy for online learning as a continued model, we've gotten a number of emails to the board email box asking us to please provide that in the fall, but we can't if we don't have funding for it or suitable funding for it. I think we need to be asking our community to advocate on our behalf as well. So if you have quick talking points that we can share with community members that bring this up, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Okay, anything else for GoalCom? Okay, so that segues us into executive committee. We are at the 7:30 mark, Director, so I'm going to ask for about another 15 minutes. We may be done sooner than that to cover the items in item 9, which are basically also the executive committee work. So we've established that we'll take on a policy as executive committee. We've talked a lot about board development. Director Watson, did you have any other updates? I don't think there's anything pressing, but we will be having that development workshop next week. You're on mute.
I'm talking, but I've got the mute on. There is a thing for executive committee and development workshops, and I don't know what, I guess this is the right place on the agenda, but it's just that we're talking about, so next Tuesday already, we'll have the board budget guidelines workshop. And then we have a second one in March. And my understanding was we had 2 dates, the March 22nd and I think March, was it 31st or something like that. And I know that Seema had mentioned before that she might be interested in helping me with that that second workshop with the report streamlining thing. And so I'd really like it to be on a day that she could make it, so that I wouldn't, you know, be going it alone there. So I'm wondering if we could go with the second date that we were all free, and then if I could use Seema's help for that one.
I know you had asked, we talked about it, I think at the end of last year, and I'm good. Yeah. And I've never helped on a workshop, so absolutely happy to do that. And thank you, appreciate the second date. I think we were talking about either the 22nd or the 31st, and definitely the 31st is better for me. Thank you.
All right, so seeing no objections, it's held on everyone's calendar. So we'll call that officially the second development workshop, and that will still put us in time before the April meeting if that impacts any of the policies that are brought forward. So thank you both for working on those. Anything else from board development workshops that's pressing at this point? Director Watson, I think we're covered.
Yeah, no, I've got my contract signed with Ellsbury and an appointment with him tomorrow at 4 o'clock, and hopefully we'll be able to get all the resources and things together so that maybe we can have something for y'all to read over the weekend. Not too much.
All right, excellent.
Can you send us a copy of what the agreement was that we signed with him, or is that what you already showed us? Because I know you showed us your plan, but I don't know if we saw it translated into his proposal.
Oh yeah, no, it was very much that proposal.
Okay, so no changes.
Yeah, it was already uploaded. Yeah, because I asked for approval on that so that I could actually get this contract, which relates. I didn't send you the actual contract verbiage, but I sent you the proposal that the contract is based on.
That's great. If it's the same, that's great. Thank you.
And then I sent the whole thing to legal, so I mean I think we're okay. Yeah.
Okay, so the next two items that would fall under executive committee bring us to basically 9.1 and 9.2. So for 9.1, directors, hopefully everyone's coming or has at least RSVP'd for our Thursday visit to Woodbridge Elementary School. And that will bring us to having done all of the school visits that we had planned for this year, which was, so we'll have done 6 visits. It's a curtailed year, but we picked up the visits that we lost from last year, as well as adding in our newest elementary school that we visited last month, so at Wilburton Elementary. So directors, I wanted to get a sense from you what you would like to do with basically April, May, and June. And the proposal would be, here are a couple of ideas. One is that Tyee Middle School would be the other middle school that would then not get a visit within its sort of 3-year lifespan, if you think of a student at that one. So that would be one possibility, would be Tyee Middle School. The others, we had talked about doing kind of, road shows or deeper dives into particular programs like the CTU program. Obviously, there's some challenges with that. Another would be, we had our first kind of video virtual tour in our virtual visit when we were at Wilburton Elementary, and perhaps doing that more either at a particular school or a series of schools. So one proposal would be perhaps to look at several of our high schools, and we could do actually all of them, but just really brief tours at each one for 10 minutes and seeing how things are going. In person, but without us being there in person, we'd be able to do it via video, and then having that discussion again, where we were talking about we wanted to have discussions across levels. So we were trying to have one for high school, we were trying to have one for middle school, we were trying to have them for elementary, and we tried to do that, incorporate it into our board meetings. We didn't probably get as deep into the discussion as we had originally intended, just because of time, and we've been adding in all the COVID discussion. So that could be another possibility. And of course, there's always the gift of time, and yet to not have any sessions. But my recommendation is that we would try to do something, even if it's not the traditional visits that we've been doing. Dr. Chu.
Thank you for the follow-up on this. This is terrific. I think there are 2 things that are maybe the third that are really worthy of the attention, and I think you proposed some great ways to tackle them. I would like to see us ensure that we keep in touch, keep our finger on understanding the pulse of and understanding the actual, like, how it's going as we return, as we progressively return. And I think, like, this year, it's not some, I mean, the gift of time, sure, but we all have limited bandwidth, but so does the district. And so if we as a board, one of the things we can do to help with that is keep everyone's focus in the right place. And so if the right place is returning to classrooms, having some way of seeing that, and maybe joining it up with work that, if the superintendent was already planning a visit somewhere, maybe that or planning some kind of thing, maybe we can join with that. Something to reduce the workload, but keep our understanding of the actual stuff going forward would be helpful. The second thing I'd like to propose is, since we haven't done these focus visits that the students instruction and family engagement committee is setting up, that's going to take time from board members as well, and it will take time from staff. So rather than putting effort into additional visits and discussions, that is also relevant stakeholder engagement that we could put in that, maybe not in those exact time slots, but effectively using that time, that energy, and that focus. And they're all things we're trying to do. And that those 2 things would keep us in the realm of supporting the most important work that has to be done, as opposed to adding work that we hadn't planned at this time.
Okay, Director Watson.
I would like to understand a little more about the Tyee situation. Is that an exception, or will it be going forward that we're always going to miss people because we're now on a 4-year rotation for the middle schools? Or would that be, because I'd like to see it, versus missing somebody. And then I would be inclined to, since we have 3 months, April, May, and June, I'd be inclined to do Tyee, CTE, because they're in person and someone, we could do a virtual tour or, you know, something to see how that's going, because they're at it now. And then special needs, you know, I have never been to like the transition program to see how that's going. And they've been in the building, you know, since forever, or some other aspect. We could do several aspects of special needs, but just see how that's going.
Okay, just to answer your question before we take other comments. So under the new visit proposal, we were still visiting middle schools on a 3-year cycle, yeah, and all other schools on a 4-year cycle, but specifically 3 years because that's the sort of the lifespan of a student in middle school. Yeah. But this year we would normally have visited Tyee to keep and Chinook to keep them on the 3-year cycle, and so we managed to do Chinook early in the year when not everyone else is ready. That's why we actually added everyone we missed, plus I should have said Chinook and Wilburton. And so then the other one that we would miss this year and not sort of replace in that would be Tyee. So other comments from directors? Director Serafin.
I would just say I agreed with Carolyn's, Director Watson's proposal across, you know, working backwards, special needs, CTE, Tyee. I thought that seemed reasonable and appropriate.
Okay, and Director Malif?
Yeah, I agree. I had been thinking the gift of time, especially as we are doing these advocacy outreach, but perhaps we can find some sort of balance with the groups that Carolyn discussed as well.
Okay, well, we might be able to integrate them into one session, especially if we use that virtual video tour type of thing. Well, so we'll work on that. I'll take that and discuss with Dr. Duran and staff what that might look like, and then taking into account the work that SAFE is doing, and perhaps that gets us other stakeholder involvement, because the video tour wouldn't necessarily be then, you know, conversations with some of the stakeholders. So it might be some sort of hybrid thing. And then again, in the interest of time, if you have specific comments on how the school visits have been going that we have done in our new model, just send those to me. If you feel like we should have adjusted the time or anything like that, we want to put that in, you know, on the table. We certainly are evolving and adapting as well, and that's important to consider. So we don't have to do things the way they've always been done, just virtually. We can change that up. So just we won't discuss it now. Just send that to me in an email.
We won't discuss it now.
Well, because we're out of time, and the 9.2 is really important. All right. So in terms of our board meetings coming up, if you've clicked on the link there, it gives you an update on the status of the Open Public Meetings Act. And so at this point, we are balancing now. We can continue to have virtual board meetings, but we also have the option to have an in-person component. That in-person component is in addition to live streaming. That part we must maintain. If we have an in-person component, it needs to be open to the public, which means it's not just that board members can meet and then everyone else live streams. There has to be an ability for the public to be in person as well, and there's several guidelines regarding that. So
there was a nice write-up on that at the bottom of the policy and legal news thing from WASDA.
Right, so there's a lot of considerations there, and so you have that before you. What I've listed here is kind of the status of buildings, protocols, and staff. So I will let you know that our WISC facility, where we generally have our board meetings, is available, and it is has excellent ventilation. All the safety risk mitigation protocols are in place. There's a way for people to check in. So that is pretty much set. There's one tweak that's happening in the what would be our overflow or our small meeting room that's happening, but could be ready soon. So that would be available. I mentioned the public access to meetings, so there you can see the guidelines there that we do need to get health attestations, we need to collect contact information and retain it, and so there's some procedures there that we can work through. We also need to recognize that for the most part, we've suspended our district policy regarding school visitors. We can make some exceptions. We have asked, for example, if Family Connection Centers needs additional resources. So far, we've been able to do that through staffing, but recognizing that sometimes there are things, but we need to look again at how much we suspended that policy, because this would be a regular and ongoing activity that could potentially bring in a lot of people into our buildings. So we just need to recognize that and be consistent with our policy. And then I pointed out that there is a sentiment with at least one of our unions about having all adult meetings be virtual and not in person. Obviously, that doesn't apply to us, but just being sensitive to kind of the sentiments that are out there. So I'm putting that all before you. I will also share that I am more than ready, willing, and able. I have complete confidence in our risk mitigation protocols. I'm fine being back in buildings and meeting with anyone who would like to, but I also recognize that that is not necessarily the best use of our staff time, resources, and the message that we're sending in terms of being cognizant of how many people we are bringing into our buildings that are not absolutely necessary for the education of our students. We really want to prioritize our students and staff being able to be in our buildings with our risk mitigation protocols and being able to feel like when they're in their buildings, the buildings are for them. So I'll open up for discussion. Director Serafin.
So I think on how many people other than the board members are essential, or if there should be a limit for room capacity, or it could be open to the public, but there's a capacity limit, just like many places have that. But I think to address the question you've put on the table, I, as one board member, would be happy. I have confidence in the protocols, and I will be willing to come to the next board meeting in person and would welcome it. So that's all I want to say.
Dr. Chu.
I'll just add my vote of confidence that I have full confidence in our district's ability to keep us in under the appropriate risk mitigation strategies, and I am perfectly happy to come to a meeting in person. That said, I am also happy to respect the idea that we're minimizing the number of people who are in our buildings, particularly our actual schools. And now I think what you just described is using one of our schools to do the meeting because we have all the protocols in there. Did I understand that right? Because I missed part of it.
We can use WISC.
Oh, we can use WISC. Okay.
It does mean, because of the 25% capacity restriction, that should hundreds of people show up to a meeting like they did for one of our neighboring districts last night, we would not be able to accommodate everyone within that. So we would have some overflow capacity, but then we'd have to open up other buildings for overflow capacity, or ask people to just live stream in as they're would be able to do from anywhere. So that is something so that we'd have to say is that we would only open certain facilities, otherwise then we have to be ready to open multiple facilities, and that begins to be problematic. Again, our neighboring district apparently had several hundred people show up at their board meeting last night, and we do not have the capacity for that.
So what happens if we run out of, wait, what are our obligations? I'm not sure I fully understand, and I do have one other piece of feedback that's separate from this, but what are our obligations for overflow capacity? We clearly wouldn't be reasonable to expect us to have unlimited overflow capacity. What do we need to have?
People should be able to hear the meeting, so we could have audio broadcast, whether that's, there are varying levels of what that could look like. It's just I want to make it clear that there's already been sort of precedent set that the number of people showing up would exceed our indoor capacity in our current room that we traditionally use.
Because the worst thing we could do is end up with like trying to fill up one of our school buildings with a whole bunch of adults that we now have to clean up from sufficiently in order to have the kids there the next day. Like what we're trying to do is enable the kids to be there. So if we could do something that would be outside or something, if we could broadcast it outside, that might be acceptable or something. But I do think we should respect the buildings. And then the other thing that I wanted to raise is that no, I wasn't, just to be clear, I'm not suggesting we do the meeting outside, but do the overflow capacity in an outdoor location potentially. But the thing I wanted to raise is it is likely that we will have board directors who are unable to attend in person due to high risk or due to quarantine or due to whatever happens. And what is most important to me about these meetings being able to be effective for kids is to ensure that all 5 board members continue to be able to participate, not just feasibly, but in meaningful ways where we're all actually interacting with, looking at, paying attention to one another, hearing one another, and that it's not like one director gets a camera of a whole table of people that are spread out by 6 feet, and then that director is also broadcast on a screen. Like, we should just make sure that however we do this, that we can function effectively to do what we need to do to support kids. That as much as we want to accommodate all sorts of things, the most important thing is that we are effective in working together to support kids.
I would concur there. Director Malif, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add. I am also quite happy to show up in person if that's what we're going to do. I have full confidence in all of the protocols that the district has put in place. I think there should be a hard limit on not using our schools. We should not have adults going to our schools for this at all, since we do have the ability to do it remotely and that people can listen to it remotely. We should not have any overflow in any of our schools. Our schools are off limits for board meetings. And yeah, other than that, I agree pretty much with what Christine said, as long as it works, which I think it's tricky trying to do something where you're partially in person and partially remote. I don't really know how the logistics works, but we have a lot of smart people in this district, and maybe they can figure something out that I can't think of. So, but I'm up for
I just want to echo. I'm assuming use of a building like WISC that's not used, meaning a room that we are not contributing to problems for the district in rolling out in-person learning. Full stop. So that's what I'm assuming, that we go back, in part because I do think it's specious if we aren't back when we can be, and we're asking teachers and administrators to do so. So that's where my more than willingness comes from. If it's good enough for them, it's good enough for me, so I'll go in person. However, I think, as articulated by Christine and others, that stops at the place where what we do negatively impacts the district's ability to roll out plans or puts anybody else in harm's way. So I do feel like there's got to be a way to do this. There's always capacity limits, even for a store. Any given store says no more than X in here, and so we could have attendance first come first serve. It could be done online. I have confidence we could come up with it, but I think everything else has already been covered.
Dr. Watson?
Yes. So I support the right of the 4 of you to meet in person, and I'm very sad that because I have this autoimmune thing, and I'm telling the public now I'm on these, I got this situation going on. I am high risk, and so I can't come in until I'm vaccinated, I think. And so whatever it is, I wish I had one of those like robots that, the person is on the robot and zooms around, but I don't think we have that. So whatever you figure out, hopefully I'll be able to fully participate from the remote location. And I really hope that I, will be able to come in, that these predictions will come true, that we'll all be vaccinated by May and I'll be back at the meetings, because I like being at the meetings.
Dr. Duran, as the board secretary, your input?
I think you don't want to read in detail and just talk with our staff around just the implications of it and stuff, because I think getting people registered and all that's going to be a process. So I think it's something we could talk about the board takedown, but I do think it's appropriate for us to start having some meetings in person. So, and Director Watson, we do have a iPad robot kind of thing that we were trying out, so maybe we actually put it to good use. I just was thinking too, this is really going to be a good example for the board to really in some ways model the way around doing some of the live streaming, because that's really what we're going to be able to do, and having, you know, some students in front of us and some students who are still remote. So we were basically modeling what we're going to be asking many of our educators to do. Some who have already started that work.
Okay, I'll be giving that the dry run. Yep.
Yeah. So so thank you, directors, for that. So what we'll leave it as is that we will look into the ways that we can bring our general meetings back in some component of in person. It'll be a hybrid live streaming broadcast model, something, so that we can accommodate directors who can and cannot be actually in person, and then still achieve our live streaming component. And I just say the regular meetings because our special meetings, we have the development workshop that's coming up. That is pretty soon, so I'm not going to aim for that one. And then our other special meetings, our school visits, again, we're not going to do that. We already have a model for that. So right now we'll just aim at looking for our regular meetings. I will let you know after we do our takedown meeting whether we're looking as early as March, but I would say that right now perhaps we will be looking at the April meeting, but we'll see, because again, with the stipulations that you've all set forward in terms of using non-school buildings, I don't mean district buildings, but non-school buildings, and then not interfering with the work of ensuring that our students have robust remote learning, and for those that are coming back in person and the work to bring students back in person, we don't want to be taking away staff efforts from that, since we are able to work well virtually, but we do understand the importance, and we are willing and able to come in person, and so that is not the impediment to getting this done. So we are going to be very mindful of the resources that are available. And then we'll put together a plan and we'll let you know. But in the meantime, just make sure your, travel time from work and all of that does accommodate in person, should we choose to do that already. So thank you for your input there. If there's any, I didn't ask you for written liaison reports because I thought we would have time, the optimist that I was, to discuss them, but if there's something that you want to share, there's there. And then I'm sorry, I thought the agenda planning for the next one was posted, but I see that it is not. However, at the last meeting, I had kind of given an overview of the direction that we were going, and that has not changed. Director Watson.
Almost everything I've done is incorporated in a finance committee plan, some other kind of committee, a lot of reporting there. But one thing, my liaisonship with the special needs PTSA, they have requested, they would really like it if they could, if special needs people who have been in person for so long could be surveyed, particularly targeted about their experiences and thoughts on the whole being in person for special needs or being at home for special needs. So that was a request.
Any other director comments before we close? Yes.
This is Christine. I just want to say Bellevue Schools Foundation is having its Spring for Schools. They're going to do an online luncheon. It's, well, a very short program. It's on Friday, April 30th at 12 noon. And in addition to hearing from our students and staff and all the people who are rolling out and benefiting from the programs that they're helping us to fund, you will chance to hear from Duff McKagan from Guns N' Roses and some of his experiences and with the work and why this funding is so important. So if you would like to participate, please do, and you can not participate and still consider supporting, because they're supporting our work. So I want to throw that out there. And then the Eastside Pathways, I just wanted to acknowledge some work that they've been doing to collaborate with our district and Lake Wash videos in Spanish for our families to make sure that they have the information they need about what's going on and how to access things. And Dr. Duran and his team have been supporting that in different ways. But I just wanted to recognize those as a couple of things going on in those areas.
All right, anyone else?
I will provide an update next time for PTSA.
Okay, excellent. And then I'll just say that I have an upcoming Youth Link meeting. I did talk with some students afterwards on their mental health team, and they've asked the district who's working on it on a way to be able to better provide their pronouns accessible and available through Teams. And so there is some obviously vendor holdups and being able to get that done, but that is being looked into, and I'm going to try to update my picture so that when it's not on that I include those. So I'm just trying to model the way and be responsive, and it was really exciting to hear from our youth about what they think could really help them and their peers to be responsive, kind, inclusive to one another. Anything else? All right, well, thank you all for the additional time. I really appreciate it. Thank you all to staff who stayed on with us through this additional time as well. Dr. Duran, do you have any closing comments? All right, smiles all around.
Looks happy.
Thank you, thank you. Everyone, continue the good work. There's a long road still ahead of us. There is a lot to be done. Our students are counting on us. Our families are counting on us. We know that it is an important partnership with everyone who works in the district, but our mission is critical, and I thank all of you for the work to achieve it. Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
So that means no exec session, right? We're truly done, just to confirm.
We are out of time.
No, I'm not asking for it. I'm just confirming. Okay, thank you. Just making sure.
Good night.
Good night.